We are live. All right. Welcome, everybody, to the first iteration of IDRYB Live. I am Lutch, your host, and joining me today, you may recognize this guy, or he's on this side, I don't know. Anirudh Garg of The Dialectic, also author of The Greater Man, and guest of IDRYB 06. So if you haven't seen that after this, definitely go check that out. How you doing, Anirudh?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me on, Lutch. I'm looking into getting in over all the crazy stuff that's happened over the past few weeks, both in my
Yeah,
personal life and in politics as a whole.
Yeah, it's been quite a whirlwind these past few weeks. So I wanted to the first thing I figured we could get into was the Better Discourse conference. That's it, from what I understand, it's more of a conservative based thing, but it's meant to be more like crossing the aisle. Is that accurate?
Yeah, for the most part, it's hosted by, I believe, the YouTube channel The Quartering. They're one of the big
Oh, okay.
sponsors for it.
Yeah.
And at least in my area, the part of the Better Discourse Forum, in my area, I'm in Texas and Fort Worth, that too, which is one of the most red cities in the state. It seemed like, at the very least, I thought going into it, and I would say for most people, it seemed like a good faith approach for conservatives to reach out to liberals and left leaning individuals and try to have some cleaner discourse on a lot of the issues. That said, a lot of the issues that the panels focus on were issues that I think most conservatives care about. I think there wasn't a single one that liberals were very concerned about.
Like, what do you mean by that? Because
So,
there
for
were,
example,
because at least I saw. Sorry, I saw two of the videos that Actual Justice Warrior posted. It was the CRT debate, and there was another one, the one that I think you posted, where you were asking Destiny a question. Or
yeah.
maybe that was a different one.
So the first question had to do
Oh, I lost you
with
there. You
society
have to
agreement
notice.
that maybe social media isn't doing too well. But for a lot of the issues like critical race theory, I don't think there are a lot of liberals who are very upset about critical race theory. I think
Well,
that's
I
more of
agree. I
an
agree,
issue
but
that conservatives are upset about.
but I agree. But I think the reason that is falls on the fact that the narrative of what CRT is or isn't, and the narrative on the left is that CRT is just racial sensitivity. It's just this. It's just that. It's not. And that and beyond that, that we're CRT is college level legal stuff. It has nothing to do with elementary schools, and we've seen that's just not the case. And I think somebody made it might have been James Lindsay who made a good point about, or it might not have even been in that conversation. But made a good point about how mathematics, the study of the theory of mathematics and anything on that level is going to be college level. But we still teach arithmetic in elementary schools. So it's kind of an obfuscation to say that because we're not diving into the college level texts of the core of what critical race theory intended to be, that doesn't mean that the praxis of these principles aren't being applied. And so I think the disconnect and the culture war aspect of it is that the conservatives feel that this is an issue because of the way they see this oppressor versus oppressed lens and racial lens that we are looking to put everything through, whereas on the left it seems like they just don't agree that that is what's happening. Would you agree?
Uh, I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. I think there's some truth to that, but I think it's so was a big issue for when I saw the CRT debate in general. It there was not a very consistent definition. Like James Lindley went on to whole spiel that critical race theory is Marxist, and uh, honestly, that man sounded unhinged. I could not understand anything that he was saying. Uh, but I
Sounded pretty
think,
rational to me.
sorry.
I said he sounded pretty rational to me.
Uh, well, the issue is he was saying that there is an issue with critical race theory, that we're teaching children stuff that's harmful, not good for society, about the oppressor oppressed dynamics. And generally speaking, there are a lot of topics in American history that you can't teach without those types of dynamics. There's no way that we can talk about racism, or we can't talk about slavery, the history of slavery in the United States, without understanding that it was very racialized.
And but
So
do you
it's
do it? But see, when you even just you saying that says to me that that's something we already agree on. Across the across the political spectrum. The fact is that we've been learning about how slavery's bad and then Jim Crow and we've been learning about all of these things, and so to say that that's just what it is, then what are you adding to what we've already been learning? And that when you get into what are the specific things and how are these things being implemented, that's where the issue lies. It's not about it's not that conservatives don't want to have a real history just because conservatives want to be racist or blah blah blah. There's there is a legitimate concern, and to just brush it off is the cultural issue and the cultural divide between the right and the left.
Yeah. So again, if the conservatives are coming at it with, all right, the method that we're teaching the history of race in the United States is very harmful, and what the left wants is harmful, I would love to have that genuine conversation, which for that conversation to have, you have to first prove A, that there is some sort of pervasive new critical race theory curriculum, and that it has proven harms. The issue is, and this is something that Michael Gonzalez pointed out multiple times and James Lindsay just could not answer, was where is the systemic teaching that of new critical race theory in schools? Because what seemed to happen is that a lot of the conservatives do is give off examples of
Well,
some
then
really
what else are you
cringe
asking
things
for?
that
What else are you
teachers.
asking for? You say,
So
where is this? And then you present an example and then you brush it off as just some example.
So there are two different things, right? If something is statistically significant, that means it's happening around the world. We live in a country about around the area. So if we live in a country of about 330 million people, we'll find a weird example of everything happening. Like, I'm pretty sure if you go to Florida right now, you'll
Okay.
probably find stories about people feeding meth to alligators. If I were to just take, like, say, maybe 10 examples of that and extrapolate the story that, oh my God, in Florida, there's a huge problem. People are poisoning alligators with meth. That's a ridiculous thing to state because, sure, we might find examples of it, but we need to have like a broader systemic understanding of if that is happening. And whenever conservatives talk about critical race theory, they never meet that threshold that this is something that's actually happening in all of these areas. We can measure it with a fine tooth comb,
But that,
and
that's
we know exactly what it is when we see
But that's your conclusion because you're brushing off the examples that are given. You ask for evidence. You ask for where is this happening. We give you evidence and examples of it happening, and then you say, "Oh, that's not happening." It is happening. We saw
No,
the
no, no.
Pepsi. We saw the Pepsi thing of what was it? Be less white. Just on the Black Lives Matter, supporting the idea that punctuality is whiteness. That
So,
one of the things that James Lindsay was talking, or actually that actual justice warrior who you said that you grew a respect for, was talking about how the taking this idea and saying that we should teach classes for Black people in Ebonics because it's part of the white structure, whatever language they use, to use this language that is, and his response was that in the Enlightenment, the whatever it was, the Scottish or whoever, in order to build on what knowledge was there, they had to learn English because that's what they had to learn proper English because that's what was the language that this stuff was written in it. So,
all right, so
it's hard examples like that, and then you say there's no hard examples. I could go
no,
on.
so examples are not
Michigan
enough.
had,
Examples are not enough.
but
Examples
then
are
don't
not a
ask for
trend.
them. Don't ask for them,
No, no,
and then
no.
move the goalpost. You say, where
The
is this
difference is
happening?
we're
And I
asking
show you
for
where
a.
it's happening, and then you say, well, that's not the point. Well, if that wasn't the
So
point, then why did you ask?
I'm asking for a trend, a statistically significant trend. So, for example, right, and let's reverse the issue, left and right. There are a lot of people, especially on the left, who believe that police officers are racist in their motivations of dealing with African Americans, and that they will shoot them out of racial prejudice. There are examples of that. There are so few examples of that compared to how many police officers are actually out in the field that when you actually crunch the numbers, that narrative that police officers are racially motivated in shooting African Americans, that's not data driven. There's no trend of that happening. There are a couple of really vocal examples, but there's no broader trend. There's no statistical trend that creates that. So
I don't
examples
you
are
that
not
that's not
sufficient for a trend.
something that you're comparing two completely different types of scenarios. One is something that we do have a large data set and set numbers. The fact that we don't yet have numbers for the effects of something that's going into place now doesn't mean it's not happening. Can we agree on that?
So again, it's possible that like 10 years down the line, we might have more examples of this. Let's say
Okay, but that
hypothetically.
fine. So but we
Until
agree
then, it's
that but
hard
we
to say that there's a
agree.
problem.
Okay, but it's not impossible to say. And if you point out the things that constitute that problem, and then you decide that they're just not a problem based on what?
Right. So great examples, right? Even the point that AJW brought out about the Ebonics teachings in certain
Mhm.
university curriculums, those things were struck down. There were proposals for that got struck down. There was like the whole leaked Coca-Cola PowerPoints. Those were just PowerPoints that some random intern might have made.
But
Were
they were
they
pushed by one of the biggest corporations to all of their employees. What do you mean? It's not just some intern that's thinking these things. Maybe it is, but then it goes out and it gets a stamp of approval from the entire corporation, and it's not just them. Then it's other corporations. And are we trying to say that the corporate messaging doesn't have an impact on culture?
uh if we want to say that corporate messaging has an impact on culture, you could that's a very tough claim to make. If there's evidence for that, I would love to see it.
What do you think advertising and marketing is?
So different types of advertising have different types of outsized influence. So, for example, if
Right.
someone wants to claim that Coca-Cola is the Coca-Cola Christmas commercials are the reason why we think Santa wears white and red. I mean, that's a very tough claim to make because you would have to do a lot of number crunching to support something like that. Uh, Likewise,
Unless somebody who was drawing all of the Santas said, "Hey, we're doing this because of this," right? Because then we would have a we don't need numbers. We have a different data set that stands in as evidence for some large study or anything like that we could do. Just
if
because we
it
don't have
were,
a
let's
large data set, if we
so I'll
have
give you
the
an example,
source.
right? If it was, if there were just 100 people over the past 100 years who made Santa drawings and Santa depictions and Santa movies, and we found out that at least 30% of them had orders from Coca-Cola to do stuff, we can draw a trend from there. But as the number of people increases, as like the number of people who are proliferating culture increases, it becomes much and much harder to extrapolate like a single pillar of culture.
Okay, but how does that relate to the examples that we have and the point that I was making that you just said in 10 years we could have more examples of this and it could be a problem. And I
Well,
think
so
that is precisely the point that the conservatives are making and saying, well,
but
let's not wait 10 years and have all of these things and have an entire generation affected by these things before we say, "Oh, it's a problem."
wait, we can't speculate on the existence of a
Why not?
problem.
Why not? Absolutely, we can. What do you think? What do you think? I mean, speculation isn't simply. I mean, it's not wild speculation. It's not. But of course we can. That's how understanding cause and effect is how society works. If we don't
Well, wait,
speculate on
so
how things will work, then how does any law get passed?
okay, first of all, there are like drastically different like levels of analysis going for cause and effect of economic policy, for example, and stuff about school curriculums. If we want
I
to
agree.
analyze the effect of critical race theory on
I
school
don't. I
curriculum,
don't. That's not necessarily even what is trying to be measured. It's simply taking what is this message? Do we value this message? That's it.
that's such a vague claim, though.
It's not. What do you mean?
Uh, for example, let's say that
Kicking. Okay,
okay,
so let me give you an example. The message of kicking puppies is something we like. Is that a message you want being taught to children, or something that you don't want to be taught to children?
kicking puppies, probably not.
Probably not. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take that as a no. Why? What data do
Generally
you
speaking,
have based
we want to
on teaching
reduce the
kids to kick puppies that lets you come to this conclusion that we shouldn't do that?
we want to try to reduce the amount of cruelty in the world, specifically cruelty against animals.
Okay. So how do you know how do you know that this is gonna be in conflict with that?
Well, I mean, we would presume that if children are socialized to kick
And
puppies.
so presume would be another word for speculate, correct?
Yeah. That,
Okay,
but
so we have established that we can have a message and we don't need any kind of data set or anything like that
okay.
to establish this message either fits with the values that we hold or does not fit with the values that we hold. We have established that, correct?
Okay, but then here's the thing.
Yeah, that's a
right?
yes or no
If we're
question.
trying
That's
to
a yes or no.
establish,
Hold on. That's a yes or no
okay,
question.
I'll let you continue with your thing.
No, I'm asking you a question, and I just want to make sure we're establishing these things before we move on. So we have established that there are some ideas that we don't need a data set in order to categorize them as not congruent with our values. Yes or no?
Yeah, because that
Okay.
has nothing to do with data sets.
I agree. Neither does CRT.
The issue is, are these teachings pervasive enough to have this effect? We could have a statement where everyone says,
Why
"Oh,
does it matter? If the message is wrong, then what does it matter? How pervasive is kicking puppies? Do you think I think it would be probably a lot less pervasive because kids have a natural tendency to not want to hurt others. So
if we know
regardless of
that
how pervasive it is, we still don't want to teach that message, right?
Sure, kicking puppies is something that we can intuitively view as a bad thing. Sure.
And I think that we can. So on that point, then, so there are ideas that we can presume, speculate, and just based on our lower human instincts and stuff like that, we can decide that this is good or this is bad. We can throw it out without that data set, as we've already established. And so this is precisely what is happening with CRT and other culture war issues, but specifically with CRT. The point is that you're saying let's let the data play out, and we're saying this is already an idea from the get-go that we don't want to start with. So why would we let it play out and see how bad it actually is instead of just coming up with a better idea in the first place?
I think that there's some issue to this. Let's say that let's make at least something a bit more comparable. Let's say we have an idea that we want to teach the kids that having pets is a bad idea. Let's say I think that's a bit more.
But why would we want to do that?
Like just hear me. Let's say we say okay, for some reason we found that having pets increases our carbon costs. It's bad for the environment. They transmit disease. Blah blah blah.
Let's not even go there. So let's keep it just for whatever reason we established we want to teach that.
So
kids,
then
shouldn't have pets.
in the curriculum, there are a couple of people who say we should kick puppies. Pets are bad. In that case, we should kick puppies. They take that message and they go into like a completely absurd direction. You might not agree with the message. There might be reasons for it. There might be disagreements, but you take it to a weird place. You would then have to figure out, oh, right, is the fact that we're having the message, we don't like pets or we should discourage pets in society, such a strong message and has such a negative externality that it causes people to then start thinking we should kick puppies. Because that's effectively the same. What critical race theory hopes to accomplish is that we should analyze how race is a social construct that has affected the outcomes of individuals, and how do we work to live in a society and try to fix those harmful outcomes and disparities between race. If the consequence of that is some people start thinking, all right, we should send all white people to pogroms, then yeah, there's some people who took that message and went in a weird direction. But how can we hold accountability for like the one person who wants to raise an issue to the most extreme of that issue? It's like
I think that's a misrepresentation of the praxis. Maybe not the actual collegiate CRT, but the praxis and the application of these principles is not. It's not as innocuous as you're making it sound. And again, this is the point. This is why the conservatives have such an issue with it, because you're saying it's this innocuous thing, and it's just not. It's something that is part of the core message. It's not an obfuscation of what they're teaching. It's their teaching. The white, because you're of your the color of your skin, you have this value or that value. That's a core principle of this ideology.
Yeah. So wait, that's
that's bad. That's bad.
I've read quite a bit of Delgado. At no point does Delgado ever say that your race creates value inherently.
Okay, but again, we're now talking about the applied principles that we're seeing in younger children.
So now the question what if you can give me something for example, let's take a sample of let's do like a statistical sampling. Let's take a random sample of 1,000 school districts.
Okay.
If even 5% of them have statements that says your race creates inherent value in you, or that your inherent value is derived from your race, then I would agree with you. There's a real
Okay, but
issue. That's not
so
something that
you
should be
do agree
happening.
with me then. So what you're saying is that you don't really understand the depth that this is actually playing out, and the
I have
things
not
that you're
seen
saying,
anyone make a case that
because
there
you
is.
keep I've just made the case for you, and you just said you agreed with
I,
it, but you're
I
denying
think
that it exists.
for me to
You
no,
said
no,
if
I'm
it
not
was
denying
X,
that there
you
are not
said if it
examples
was
of this.
this, I would totally agree with you. It is this. What
Wait.
the position that you just laid out, that is exactly the core message. And maybe it may not be that overt at this point, but it has become way more overt in the last 5 years. And
All
to
right.
speculate, it will only continue to get worse.
This is how you can change my mind on all the CRT. Find me an analysis done by either an econometrist, a data scientist, a physicist, any type of social scientist, maybe like at least PhD level, that has found, and it's also peer reviewed, that there is a pervasive incentive for school districts, of samples of school districts that adopted CRT, that created this types of messaging. Not just like you could give me 1,000 examples and that would still not be enough. I need something that's statistically significant before I even agree with conservatives that critical race theory is like being taught to kids. That's what I
This
would
is
need.
why I wish I understand. This is why I wish I knew how old you were when we were doing the episode. Or maybe it's better that I didn't, because I didn't want to get too contentious. I wanted that one was for you. This one's for just equally as much for me. So, but that line of thinking for a societal cultural thing, that's not how these things work. I mean, the not everything is not everything is completely understood by putting it down on paper. You're studying econometrics, and you've been in academia for most of your life since you were a child, and you're what, 21, right?
Yep, 21.
And so have you haven't had enough of the types of conclusions that you've come to personally within your own life based on your experiences that can show you that, while of course whenever we can, we want to base our conclusions about the world and particularly the economy and politics and stuff like that on numbers, so that we can minimize our bias. But the world doesn't work that way. The world is made up of people. And so what study do you need for a wave across the country of children coming home feeling bad about themselves because of lessons they've learned in schools? I don't understand what study would be done that I mean, have you not seen the wave of parent teacher conferences over this stuff,
Yeah, I've seen a lot
or
of
town
parent teacher
halls? And
conferences.
so
Yeah, but that's the
again,
thing, right? Examples
hold
are
on.
not enough.
So hold on though. Why not? Because if there's entire, you said a sample size of 1,000 schools, right?
That was just a hypothetical. I mean, any sample size that's done, that's calculated properly would be fine
Okay,
by
so
me.
if there is just 5 schools with a meeting like we've seen, with a typical town hall meeting room, maybe 50 people, 50 to 100 people, and there's 5 schools in the entire country. What percentage of the entire school is aware of what's going on and is also going to have a problem with it, and also be willing to go to these things, and also have the time to do so, and also be able to articulate what their issue is, and why, and what they think the solution should be?
You're
A
asking me
reason.
what I think those numbers would be?
Pretty, yeah. In general, it would be pretty small, right? You wouldn't expect you wouldn't expect all of the people who have an issue with it to be at that town hall, right?
So wait, this is not like the measurement that I'm going off, whether or not people have an
I
issue with
understand that.
critical
I
race
understand
theory.
that. This is why I'm trying to tell you that the measurement that you're looking for doesn't exist in all areas. In your little bubble of econometrics, everything is based on numbers, but the life doesn't work like that. And I didn't really, I didn't really see that because, you know, again, I don't want to put you down in any way. You're a super smart dude. You're definitely 10 times more well read than I am, and a decade younger. But the fact of the matter is there is a clear default that when it comes to how you process information, you have one lane, and it's like, okay, well, what do the numbers say? And I wish I had thought of an example of this beforehand, and I'm hoping something will come to me within the next, you know, before this is over, of you know, something that I can pin you down on that doesn't come from a bath of numbers. And the reasoning behind that is because it's you're missing out on a part of life. We're both big UFC fans, right? So
Yeah.
how many times have we seen, you know, the significant strike numbers not really tell the story of how the fight went? Maybe some guy had twice as many significant strikes, but the other guy had top control the entire time, and that's where he was landing all his strikes. So even though the other guy had twice as many significant strikes, the other guy wins based on the rules. The numbers don't tell that story.
Wait, but that's the thing, right? You're not not all numbers are equal. The reason why we do econometrics is we try to equalize and explain differentiations and outcomes. So, for example, let's say we're to run like a simple econometric multilinear regression. Let's say that we have multiple variables that determine the victory of a fight, panel data.
Okay.
We say, okay, significant strikes. All right. Then we'd also need to figure out, okay, does the significant strikes per round have an effect? We put that as a variable. Takedowns, does that have an effect? We are going to count that. Then we're going to start counting, all right, top control, how long do they hold that? Fence control, how long do they hold that? History of knockouts, how long do they hold that? Center control of the octagon.
Right.
There would be like hundreds of factors that any judge would look at to decide who won this fight.
Right.
And then we would run regressions multiple times. We'd have entire databases dedicated just to analyzing those numbers, so we could start figuring out, of all these different possible variables, which is the strongest predictor of your chances of winning. And after that, what wins are next. We even have something called an error term, E, which tells us, all right, how much information have we failed to predict? In that case,
but the judge, that's not
calculating
analogous
in.
to the situation that I'm presenting to you.
No, because you make it sound as though whenever we're looking at numbers, we're only looking at like one track. Where the reason why we look at numbers,
You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
Different types of things.
Okay, so let's bring it back to the UFC fight. The point I'm trying to make is that the numbers don't, just because you have all of the numbers, you can aggregate all of the numbers, the top control time, the fence time, the who had more, you could take all of that stuff, but that still doesn't tell you necessarily who won the fight. And to a more direct point with this is that the judges aren't doing those calculations in the moment, and so who wins the fight is not based on simply the all of those numbers, the amalgamation of all of those stats. It doesn't matter that is you know, how the numbers play out. That's not always going to be congruent with the reality of what happened.
Wait,
and
so if you're
in
saying
this,
that I'd be able to, that these numbers will be able to predict.
I'm not talking about
100%.
predicting anything. I'm not talking about predicting anything. I'm talking about looking back and judging something that happened.
All right. So one of the reasons why we use numbers instead of people's own experiences is because, unfortunately, we found out that the numbers are more accurate than we are. So this is actually a history of. Have you ever heard of HFTs, high frequency algorithmic trading?
No.
They're basically companies on Wall Street where they focus on trading stocks to the nanosecond. So they make transactions at such a high rate, they're making millions of transactions a second. And so we would like to think that, all right, like, sure, you could have a number crunching database that allows you to do the calculations, or you could have someone like Warren Buffett who has history in investing, right? We can take different examples, people who have experience in the game and people who have fancy algorithms. The returns for HFTs dwarf hedge funds, mutual funds, and other forms of returns in the market. One of the reasons why is because they're indexing more data than a human could possibly index. Whenever we're making decisions, we're looking at different factors. We're doing stuff in the head. We're trying to figure out, okay, I think this is important, this is that. There's a little bit of an artistic element that we do whenever we're trying to interpret the world. The issue is the world is so complicated that we will never be able to interpret it ourselves, which is why we create tools to do the interpretations for us. Those tools that crunch the numbers. And the thing is, ever since we started doing computation, like computers, we've made systems that are more accurate at predicting the future than us. We have music creating AI that can make music that sounds great to the ear at faster rates than people can. We've created AI that can recreate photos. Apple iPhones.
Look, you
they're
don't
not
you don't
special.
need to you don't need to. I mean, you're preaching to the choir. I'm a numbers guy. I'm an empiricist. My point is, again, you're bringing it back to the area where we've already agreed that in economics the numbers do rise above all. We get that. In that area there is there's no real value in anecdote or personal experience because we have such a wide subset of numbers. And my point to you is that this is why I'm trying to use the UFC as an example, something that we both understand somewhat equally well, because the things that you're saying, I agree in general, but I don't know really exactly what you're saying. But the general consensus that we use numbers because we have our biases, and the more numbers we have, the more we can cut out those biases and see the actuality of the numbers. The point I'm trying to make is the numbers are not always the full story.
Wait, they are never the full story. I agree with you on that 100%.
Okay,
so it's just that the numbers are infinitely less wrong than we are.
Okay, but so if the numbers aren't always everything, then why when I present to you something that I'm saying is a cultural thing and doesn't have these type of numbers yet, but if we let it run, it could have these numbers. Why would you want something bad to play out, and that we can get the numbers before just not doing the bad thing?
The issue is that it then devolves into people's feelings, because conservatives feel like CRT is bad, liberals feel like CRT is awesome. I personally think CRT is awesome because I study numbers. It's just like a matter of feelings. At that point, what's the point of arguing, because you can never be right or wrong?
Well, first of all, a lot of that's a very simplistic way to put it. People's feelings. It's not just about people's feelings. It might be about your children's feelings and how they feel coming home from school and doing that. It might be about how you feel about what is going on and how this information is changing the discourse. But saying it's just feelings is very dismissive. Yes, people have feelings about them, but what does that mean?
So now that becomes a question: do we let people's feelings decide the movement of policy? I think that's a terrible idea.
That's
a terrible idea.
Why?
Mostly because people's feelings are usually wrong.
So you're smarter than everybody.
Nope. I know for a fact that if I acted emotionally, I'd be just as stupid as everyone else. And I'm pretty sure I'm just the same as everyone else.
So then what is your solution to the parent who sees this stuff? And we don't have the numbers of what putting this in elementary schools is going to be over 10 years is going to be like, because we haven't done it. We haven't done that yet. But core principles, values, something that a new value that is being presented to you, when you can see that doesn't adhere to the values that you already hold, then what number set are you looking for to validate that conclusion?
Right. So you would have to find some harm in children's welfare or educational attainment that can be tracked directly to CRT.
Segregation.
No, that's not what segregation is.
No, segregation is something that really is a direct result. Again, I think it was Michigan State or something like that, where they had segregated lunchrooms, and this is this is happening all over the country. And you can say it's just one example here, it's just one example there. Not everyone. Hold on. Not everyone is going to be mainstream headline news, but this is happening all over the place. Segregated this. You've got to go and meet with the other kids of your skin color and talk about this, that, the other. These are things that are happening and are having direct, immediate results on the way kids are feeling and the way people are viewing society in general. So again, I ask you, what number set are you looking for to be able to say, yes, that is true, or no, that's not true?
All right. So, for example, if we want to look at like school segregations, we have to first figure out what percentage of schools are creating segregation in the first place. Like, we'll take a
Why
South
does that
population.
matter? Why does that matter? Because and with I'm asking why it matters because
I'll tell you this, right? We're in a country with thousands, well, actually,
okay,
almost
fine, but let
tens
me
of thousands of
just
universities
hear me
and
out.
colleges.
What I ask you why it matters, or why does that matter? Because if it's just a few schools now, that doesn't mean, as you alluded to, that it's going to stay just a few schools. And if people like you and other liberals are in favor of this, then it won't just be a few schools. And that again is the whole problem.
Okay, so at no point in CRT do they call for segregation. That's not one of the tenets of CRT.
I know it's
What you
not.
could make the argument
I
is that
understand that.
that the teachings of CRT inculcate an environment which create policies like segregation
Yeah.
of schools.
Yes.
If that's the
Yes.
case,
Okay.
that is a fantastical claim. You are going to have to
Yeah.
give me like
I
actually
just
don't know if
did.
you
I just
no,
did. Do you need me to pull up the thing? I mean,
okay, so
again,
once
you
again,
said you say it's just this, it's just that, it's just one example, it's just one anecdote. Everything that you revere as the numbers was once anecdotal before it became a subset of actual what you consider data. One piece
don't think
of data.
that's not how data analysis works.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm thinking more of like not everything. So let me take that back. But the point I'm trying to make is, in gathering numbers like what we would be looking for the effects on this would have to be something along the lines of personal questionnaires, crime rates.
Why would crime rates be relevant?
What do you mean?
Why would crime rates be relevant in trying to figure out the rate of school segregations as a result of critical race theory?
Because if there's this very divisive thing happening and it's creating division, and then the division is stoked by the misunderstanding from either side, then it ends in violence, like we saw all last summer.
So that is what. So this is the issue, right? These are all fantastical claims. We're trying to prove that okay, there's a divisive thing that's being taught. One, okay, that's there. Next, it's going to create conflict, like interpersonal people are protesting. Then on top of that, those protests reach to the point where it's going to create violence.
And so you don't think you haven't seen any of those things? You haven't seen any of those things in the past 2 years?
I've seen a lot of things in the past 2 years. Again, I've seen people try to feed meth to alligators. Is that a prevalent thing that's happening?
So what do you attribute them to?
Attribute to what? So like, I'll give you
the three things that you just listed.
Sure, I can attribute political polarization to a multitude of different issues, largely being the growing income divide and class divide that's forming, that's creating like cultural shifts between rural areas and more affluent.
So why would that cause violence?
Sure. One of the biggest predictors of violence is not poverty, but rather inequality. If you see a massive disparity, which is actually one of the reasons why cities have higher crimes than rural areas, is because in cities you have very wealthy people with very affluent people with poorer people. And unfortunately, envy is a motivator for a lot of crime.
And so if you were told that your entire race was oppressed by another race, you don't think that would cause that kind of disparity? And everything that's wrong with my life is because the white man is keeping me down. That's not going to lead to violent outcomes? Or is that just speculation?
It would be speculation until we can
I think it's pretty
out.
easy to I think that you're too tied to the numbers to not be able to say if we tell you that group of people is the reason for every problem in your life, and that goes on and that's accepted in society and taught in schools, that it's not going to stoke the anger that's behind that and lead to violence.
You're trying to point like a level of indoctrination that's akin to like Nazi Germany.
No, I'm just pointing to the level of indoctrination that is happening in schools right now.
Great. So let's try to quantify that level of indoctrination. Is it that strong?
Okay, how?
So great.
How?
Simple thing. I need to just take a sample of schools. Actually, we'd have to do multiple samples. We'd have to do repeated trials for validity. You find a sample of schools, and there is a trend between those that embrace CRT and animosity between races, distrust among students, lowering test scores, the general anxiety among students. If you find that trend and that those numbers are calculable, if that trend exists, I will believe you 100%.
Even if that trend does exist, though, this is another point to why the numbers causation doesn't, or correlation doesn't mean causation. So just
Which is why we use econometric models to try to find causation.
Okay, but
It's
we're
not
not
just a
talking
simple
about
linear regression of correlation. We literally have models designed to separate correlation from causation.
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about CRT. That again, we have come back to the idea. We have come back to the idea that we can establish a core message is something that we do or we do not like, without needing a data set. Understanding that message is a core principle in being able to do that.
These are two different issues. Whether or not we like it is irrelevant to whether or not it's creating harm in the world. You were saying that we're worried about CRT because it'll increase violence, it creates unhappiness. That's a completely different topic than whether or not we like something, which is very simple.
Why do you think people don't like it? That's why people don't. What do you mean? That's why people don't like it, because it'll lead to violence.
I'll give you a great example for why I think a lot of conservatives hate the idea of critical race theory.
If you weren't connecting that dot, what exactly do you think that conservatives are railing against if they don't? If they just, what do you think is their argument?
Sure. And this is my issue. Conservatives hate the idea that conservatives believe in the idea of American exceptionalism, that America is the greatest country in the world. And honestly, I kind of agree with that. I agree that America is the greatest country in the world. But they can't seem to hold on to these two topics together, which is America has a deep, painful, disgusting history with racism, and it's also one of the least racist countries on the planet. Those two statements are both very true. Conservatives can't handle one half of that statement, and liberals can't handle the other.
So now talking about anecdotes and personal experience, how many conservatives have you talked to that disagree with the fact that America used to be super racist?
I deal with the fact that people still disagree with the fact that America's today
You said you were all about the numbers, and you don't want to make claims unless you have the numbers. So I would like to know which numbers you are referring to that says that the majority of conservatives feel that way.
The majority of conservatives feel what? That America is the greatest country on the planet, or that America does not have current systems of racism? Because my statement is not racism in the past, racism today.
That it's not. You said that conservatives can't understand the two ideas are true, that we have a deeply racist past and we're not, at least we're not as racist as we used to be. Whether you want to, what level you want to put where we are now is kind of irrelevant to the. You're saying that conservatives can't, you just said that, no? Did I mishear you?
All right, let me rephrase this. Conservatives can't handle the fact that America has a history of racism, which still, much of which still exists today. And liberals can't handle the fact that it's also one of the least racist country on the planet. Both of those statements are true.
Yeah, I agree with you, but that's a completely different thing than what you said before.
Yeah, so the issue is the reason why I feel like conservatives have such a visceral hatred of CRT is because it harms that view of American exceptionalism, that America is perfect, where in reality it's not. There are a lot of issues.
No, I disagree. I think that's an oversimplification, and that sounds like something that you read from someone on the left talking about conservatives. What conservative have you talked to, or what study about conservatives have you read that has said that? I don't know any conservatives that think that.
Would you like me to pull some up right now?
Please. I'm not saying that there are no people who think this way, but you said conservatives. And I don't even necessarily really consider myself to be a conservative. I think I've definitely become a lot more conservative, specifically in the last 5 years. And then just as a matter of, as the old saying goes, if you're not a liberal when you're young, you have no heart. If you're not a conservative when you're older, you have no brain. And, I used to hate that because I thought I was a super smart liberal, as we talked about in the IDRYB episode. I was a Bernie bro in 2016, and I regrettably voted for Hillary. and the idea that this is something that conservatives and liberals and what these words even mean have been shifting. And I think again, I don't remember exactly who said it, but it's almost as if the left and the right differentiation, it's almost not even an accurate depiction of things, because it's not really left and right anymore. It's not really. I don't even know many liberals who like the Democratic Party. I don't know many conservatives who like the GOP. I think so I don't think there's a connection to the politicians and the parties and even the policies themselves as much as there might have been at one time.
I can tell you this right now: almost no one really cares about policy. It's all culture war.
Yeah, well, that's what affects people. And
no, policies affect people. Culture war is how we feel. Policy is what changes
how we
the world
feel.
around us.
How you feel in your daily life is a byproduct of the. I mean, they're both at play, but the way that the way that you feel in your daily life, and the cultural values that you hold, and the cultural values that we hold as a nation are what are what matter, because we can. I can't think of something off the top of my head, but there's I mean, take marijuana laws. We a lot of states have legalized, and that's the right thing to do because people want that, and so the policy follows the culture. The policy
Okay,
comes from
I
what
think
people
that's a
want.
very naive sentiment that isn't holds true in the data. What we have found is that the feelings of everyday American has been very ineffective at finding policy. Actually, I can bring up the Princeton study on that. The feelings of the top 1%, the policy preference of the top 1% has been significantly more impactful for predicting the course of policy, whether it's trade policy, nuclear policy, domestic policy, spending policy. People's feelings are an insufficient burden because there are a lot of things that are very popular that never get done. People have been asking for a minimum wage increase for decades. It's not happening on the federal level. The issue is not. I feel like there's some sort of naivete in believing that because we're in a democracy, the laws that get passed are a reflection of people's feelings, which is almost never the case. The
I
laws that
think we're
get
getting
passed.
mixed up in the word feelings. I think we're using two different versions of the word feelings, because
All right, what do you mean by feelings?
I'm using feelings as a direct synonym for legitimately and deeply held values, whether not any specific values, but whatever those values are, adhering to them and wanting them to be played out in society, and wanting the other people to adhere to these values. All of that kind of stuff is
I'm using feelings in the same way. Those
so
values
why do you brush that off as just people's feelings? Are
because
the cultural values we hold not important to our way of life?
they are not. So
So
our
then what
cultural
makes us so?
values exist. They have some impact. They're grossly outweighed by policy.
I mean,
It's like it
how
doesn't even come close. People's sentiments on something is not strong and as strong as changing policy, because policy wins.
I
or
agree with
policy
you.
changes.
That's not. I'm not saying that it's what people feel is more effective and more
right. So culture
when
is
I'm
more
saying,
than just people's feelings. I think you would agree, right?
right, and that's what I'm trying to say, is that and when I talk about culture and values, and you seem to be reducing it to just people's feelings, as if that's something to brush away.
So once again, like people's feelings, I think it's something that we can very easily brush away. But even something as simple as values, like my deepest held value is human freedom. I like freedom just because I like freedom. It's an axiomatic belief, not something that I can have like a justification for. I have cognitive systems in place to rationalize my feelings. That's just how humans are built. If we're trying to talk about on a cultural level, sure, we might have like a cultural perception of something, but that cultural perception has been socialized through media, art, entertainment, politics, economics. There are so many other factors that affect us that
Okay.
just simply stating that because society feels a certain way that's like emblematic of some great change in the systems of the world, is like I can't help but feel like it's incredibly naive.
Ironic. So you said your main value is freedom.
Yeah.
And I think you had a qualifier. I don't think you just said freedom. It's personal
No,
freedom,
I
or
think freedom, maximizing like net freedoms in humans is great.
so how do you and you said that you can't rationally justify that.
No, I cannot.
Why don't you try?
Sure. Anytime I try
Because I
rational
can
justifying,
certainly justify it.
all right, what's your rational justification for freedom?
Because that's the best way for well-being, and there is nothing more valuable to the human experience than well-being. And so freedom ensures the greatest possibility of whatever your personal happiness and well-being comes from individual freedoms.
Sure. How do you measure well-being?
I mean, I don't have, again, it's not necessarily something that you can measure on a stick or
Well,
put a dollar amount on.
Because
But
if the goal was to maximize human well-being, there are ways that we can do that to greatly limit our freedom. If, for example, we had the federal government put all of us up on antidepressants that would make it so that we always feel great. They leave us in little holes, and we're just hibernating the whole time. We're living in a dream world. I don't know if you watched, if you watch anime, Infinite Tsukuyomi
I thought you were
style.
going to say Black Mirror. I didn't watch,
All right,
didn't watch
yeah.
anime.
If that's the case, that accomplishes human well-being in almost every objective, any measurable way that we have. But that
No, it
violates the
doesn't
idea
though.
of freedom.
That's just not correct, because first of all, in forcing, and I don't even want to go down this road because of YouTube, but forcing people to take medication is not conducive to their well-being, because there are people who won't be better off on that medication. There are people who have adverse reactions. It's not that simple. And the idea of being able to be sovereign it's not even necessarily about happiness in the moment. It's about the when you work out and your muscles hurt. Not that I would really know, but it's for your well-being, even though in the moment it's not a pleasurable experience in the typical way.
Okay, so then if we define well-being as, so then now you have to redefine what well-being is,
The-
which I think would
the
largely
opposite
depend
of
on what we
suffering.
feel about well-being is.
The
There's no
offer
objective definition for well-being, right?
the opposite. So I'm using it as the opposite of suffering, because I see those two as the ends of the spectrum of the human experience. There is suffering on one side, and there's well-being on the other side.
All right, so then if we want to reduce the amount of suffering, like lung cancer is a big issue, we ban cigarettes. Okay, great. We've reduced a massive amount of suffering, not only suffering of individuals, but secondhand smoke, suffering that can give on to other people. That limits their freedom.
That is it? No, because then in each moment that somebody who wants a cigarette is not smoking a cigarette, then they are not enjoying their life, and just living longer isn't necessarily the measurement.
All right, so obviously not suffering from cancer is a measurement, right? Is the suffering of cancer greater than the suffering of not having a cigarette? That's
yes, but the well-being of having a society where you can make those choices is greater than where you can make those choices and people get cancer from it is greater than one where you don't have the choice.
It seems like you would support the idea of freedom,
well, hold on. Do you agree or disagree?
Well-being.
What do you mean?
So you would support the idea of the freedom to smoke, even if it harms the ability to reduce harm and suffering from things like smoking, from things like driving really fast. It would seem that your value of freedom supersedes any type of rational justification you can give, whether it be well-being.
Not necessarily. I mean, obviously, this is a blanket statement. Obviously, we don't want unfettered freedom. That is, because that's not conducive to well-being. Like you're saying, the ability to just do whatever you want and impede on other people's well-being is not something that is necessarily in that framework. But it's weighted. And the idea of the government being able to tell you you can or you can't do this to your own body is not something that is comparable to just saying you can't drive drunk. because of how it affects yourself and how it affects other people. If you want to, if you're, again, well-being isn't necessarily just health. It's a very amorphous term that means different things to different people. And so the idea of what well-being is to me might be a cancer-free life, but somebody else may be partying. And I mean, smoking is not even that big of a thing anymore, but when it was, people were not unaware of the consequences, but they still wanted to enjoy themselves anyway. And so who is that enjoyment from life and being able to express those things breeds the well-being overall.
Right. So it doesn't wait. So then this is like a very complicated statement, right? So you believe that because we are free, we can maximize our well-being, right? Is that fair?
I think the more free, up into a point. Again, we're not saying unfettered
So
freedom
let's take
is the
net
goal.
freedoms, both the freedom to and the freedom from.
What do you mean by that?
Sure. So for example,
in the question,
so if you're free to drunk drive, that's not necessarily freedom. That's a harm of freedom to someone else because you can end up killing them.
right?
So balancing between that and creating the greatest net freedom, the greatest balance of freedom,
Yeah,
would be something that, yeah. So in that case, why should human freedom be valued? Why should well-being be valued? You're stating that you believe that this is a system to maximize this. All right. You care a lot about human well-being. But it seems that, all right, even if you believe that this system will maximize well-being, if I give you data that says that the less free people are, the greater their well-being is, would you support the idea that we should get rid of freedom for well-being?
I mean, I feel like that's kind of a disingenuous question because I mean, if, but I reject that is I mean, I would need to see some very convincing numbers that authoritarianism leads to better well-being than sovereignty.
Yeah. So then, but once again, that becomes the issue where we're trying to like figure out.
So yes, let's just say yes. Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
So let's say you're doing that. So then now it seems that freedom wasn't the ultimate value; it was well-being. But you're saying that the reason why you like freedom is because it's because
I didn't say freedom. You said freedom.
All right. So let's say I say that I have the same justification as you. I like well-being. I like freedom because it creates well-being. But if there's a world where well-being, where maximizing well-being comes at the cost of freedom, I'll support well-being. Then that means my justification for freedom was at best very flighty and inconsistent, almost contradictory. Because unfortunately, this is the case that humans are very contradictory in their desires. This is one of the reasons why we change our ideas on what we consider valuable all the time. There's no like objective good. There's no like objective like system that's correct for each individual. Oftentimes, we're running off of feelings of what we think is a good idea and what we think is a bad idea. But most of the time, they're just feelings. They're not something that we can rationally justify 100% of the time. There's no rational basis for why freedom is there. There's no mathematical reason for why freedom is good. Those are just our interpretations given the data sets that we get.
Right. And I agree. And so without any numbers, we can both agree that freedom and well-being, whether they are one and the same or not, are both values that we want to uphold. Right.
Yeah. So now all we have to do.
So but wait, what numbers did we use to come to that conclusion?
None. It's impossible. So there's
okay. So again, we have found another claim of yours that you have come to without using a data set. And so bring it back to the whole thing of you need to see, a study with this many. We have established that there are ideas. There are ideas that don't necessarily have a numerical correlation that are real and important enough that they matter. Right?
Okay, but these situations matter, right? The statement matter is very loaded. It's so incredibly loaded.
So it is something that should be taken into account when we're deciding the effects of something.
All right, we should consider everything when we should consider all inputs when deciding all outputs. That's a statement
Okay,
anyone can get
but
behind.
when somebody comes to you with an argument about CRT and why they don't want it this way, that way, the other, you throw away their examples when you just said we should be taking in all of these different
Great. So
viewpoints.
now, if there are infinite, let's say there are infinite inputs and a couple of outputs, right? How do we start getting we have to start doing analysis to eliminate outputs immediately. The ones that would have the weakest data sets to explain it are the ones that we kick out.
Dumb this down. I inputs and outputs. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
All right, so great thing, right? Let's say I want to figure out what causes the share price of Apple to increase. There could be a million different things. A press release campaign.
But again, you're using another economic thing, and we've already agreed that the number in economics, the numbers reign supreme. I agree with you there. I'm not arguing that.
So great thing. Would you consider applying for jobs like an economic thing?
I mean,
or let's say get Twitter followers. Let's do that one. Something very simple. Twitter followers.
Okay.
Right. This is like very number driven because that's what algorithms are. But we'll figure out. Oh, right. Does the time of when I post affect how many people are going to engage with my tweet? Does the number of photos that I post? Does the frequency of posts matter? Does the languages that I use, the tags that I use, the hashtags, all of that stuff? There are millions of different inputs that I can use for my goal to increasing followers. Right. So now we have to start figuring out, all right, what's important and what isn't. Right. If there's data, I'm like, well, let's just look at the data, the big data. Hashtags are a great method to increase the relevance of your post, to be seen, the engagement. All right. So we can use hashtag, and we'll say that the first 20 variables that we use to determine something, let's say blank, 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 these variables. Beyond that, other stuff is not necessary. For example, like the number of times you use the word and. Is there some relationship between the number of times we use and our social media followers? Well, we can run a quick regression to find out, no, there's probably not. Right? Those numbers exist. There just doesn't seem to be a relationship. So we can pretty quickly start throwing out things that are not effective. And anytime we come across a new variable, we can put it in our model. We can range the numbers around. We can figure out, is this significant or not? Actually, this is like a big thing in data science and statistics, is just to figure out, are relationships significant? That's actually the first thing that we learn when we're talking about linear relationships, which is there some sort of significance between these two numbers? That's the easiest thing to find out. So when people start saying that, oh my God, critical race theory, these kids are learning to hate themselves. They're learning we're learning that white people are inherently bad. All of these things are like, all right. So this is like an effect that's happening, right? Let's figure out like all these things that are making children feel this way. Let's look at their phone, social media engagement, the teachers that they have, the amount of time they spend on school, how much food they're eating. Insulin will affect your insulin spikes will affect your mood. We'll look at all of these things, and then we'll also add in the curriculum. If all of those other things are such more significant explanatory variables for why children feel a certain way, then it'd be very fallacious to just think that because we see something negative here, that would automatically affect it. That's such a strange way of thinking, because it seems like we are making a mountain out of a molehill, which is, I think, like a perfect summary for what I think conservatives do with CRT. They hear stuff that, at least on individual examples, is terrible. There are like so many cringe examples of CRT, the segregation, the Coca-Cola commercials, like the whole one person has these many artifacts or like this many social privilege points, another person has this many, subtract, blah, blah. You've seen millions of those.
But you just said there wasn't millions of them. It was only hyperbole.
I don't know if there are actually millions of them. But to draw the conclusion that those things are effective in lieu of thousands of other factors that exist, we have much stronger evidence to say this explains why children feel a certain way, is ridiculous on face value. Like if you're if you don't know anything and you just says, oh, I think this is weird, that's like, fine, that comes out of ignorance. If you're a person who has a math degree like James Lindsay, who has a PhD in mathematics, and he's making these types of bunk claims without being able to do the statistical analysis that he should damn well be capable of doing, it comes off as some sort of weird grift, some sort of fear mongering.
So I mean, again, I disagree with I disagree with you on that point. But you brought up the point of Twitter and getting followers and the algorithm and all that stuff, and I agree with all of that. As with all of this stuff, I have never been saying the numbers don't speak for themselves. What I'm saying is they don't tell the whole story, and specifically with cultural issues, they don't tell the story because it's not about numbers. It is about feelings, and that it's that's not a bad thing or something to be pushed aside. And so my question to you is, how do you account for, with all the algorithmic stuff in social media, when random things go viral?
Like what like, for example, I can explain why things
Like Gangnam Style. How do you
sure.
explain what are the predictors that would have said this is going to go viral because XYZ, and why aren't people just using that formula to just pump out the most rhythmically friendly things?
Sure,
I mean, people
because
are, but you can only go
that's
so far
exactly
with
what
that.
happens. This was actually one of the earlier panels about like social media algorithms and how they're encouraging people to certain things. I myself don't have like the technical and computational capabilities to tell you why something is famous. YouTube's algorithms definitely do. Those things are running off of like petabytes of servers of information that they've collected, and they've done that. So yeah,
But that's not,
numbers
but
do explain.
right. But the person who's posting the viral post rarely knows that before they post it. They're not posting it. You don't go into a viral post usually knowing that it's going to be viral. Something goes viral after the fact, organically, right? It's not
Sometimes
usually a
organically, sometimes
predetermined.
not. Like
For
there's
the
some people.
most part, a genuine meme is something that is organic.
Not always.
In what case is it not?
Oh, sure. There's so many examples of culture that don't come from organic ground up.
No, I
For
said
example, things like
specifically memes.
superhero movies.
I see that's
Those
not
don't
what I
come.
said. I said memes, and I'm talking about something quote unquote random going viral.
Right. So I'll give you a great example. This is what marketing campaigns do. So, for example, if they're releasing like a trailer for something, uh, we know that companies like Cambridge Analytica will often start sending bots to engage with certain types of memes in order to gain traction for things like movies and products. That's like actually the big reason why
No,
TikTok creators are big.
okay, fine, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, how does a meme come to be if the all of this stuff is, you're talking about predictions. And my point is, you're looking at something with hindsight. And in hindsight, yes, we could see why Gangnam Style got so popular, because it this song at this megahertz, and it was this long, and it's da 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 da. You can do all of that and break it down after the fact. But nobody knew beforehand that Gangnam Style was going to be the biggest thing on YouTube.
Wait, so the goal is not to be like 100% accurate. It's to increase our chances of success. This is actually one of the reasons why we have homogenization of pop music.
Right. But
Pop
my
music uses
point
the
to
same
you,
four chord progression.
my point to you is that the numbers can't predict what is or I mean, I guess the numbers can predict what's going to be viral.
They're
But
very good at predicting.
well, yes, but I'm saying people don't have that computational power when they're making decisions on.
So no, but that's why we have computers that do that. One of the reasons why all recording artists make songs in either A minor or C major is because those are the most popular to the human ear. We have numbers on this. Those are the most popular keys. The reason why we use the same four chord progression is because those are what's most popular. The reason why people complain that all mumble rap sounds the same is because those tones have been those tones have been guided by data to be recreated as popular as possible. Data influences culture, and that thing is measured.
Again, you're addressing a part that I'm not talking about. You're taking something that is already popular, and
No,
after the fact, looking at the reasons as to why it is popular.
which is what. So I'm now. This is
And I'm
why I
talking about
explained to
something
you.
that was not predicted to be popular, but became popular. That now, yes, in hindsight, we can see the predictive elements of it.
Sure,
But
we
when it was
predicted.
being created, most often these viral videos are very organic. They're not something that is calculated to be the most viral thing. And there are things that go viral where there's millions and millions of views. But when we're talking about
Would
like,
you agree with the statement
perfect example. Let's Go Brandon. How there is what is the in what is the numerical or what is the thought process that would have led you to be able to say, hey, this is going to be huge? And if you have that, then why didn't you bring up Let's Go Brandon? You'd be famous right now.
I don't know anything about Let's Go Brandon. I've heard that it was like some sort of thing that people were chanting. I'm not in the culture war Kool-Aid. I think the best example.
Dude, this is what I mean. These are things this is now a thing in the world. And like, you can't, I'm pretty sure you can't super chat Let's Go Brandon. Look,
if you want to give like the example of Covfefe, like, I don't know why Covfefe went viral. I don't know, but I know why certain things go viral. Right. So, for example, even something as like viral videos.
Wait. Stop. So, if you know what makes something go viral, then let's make this go viral. Let's take those things and make this right now go viral.
All right. If I had a hypothetical power to make this viral, here's what I know. There are certain celebrities that have the a great engagement to discrepancy to view ratio. So people who have like long form podcasts, like someone like Joe Rogan, even though he doesn't get a lot of views compared to like primetime television, his listeners are far more engaged into that. So a celebrity with that type of factor, bring him on the podcast, bam, this goes viral. That's a way that we can make this to go viral.
That wouldn't be viral at all. You think that if I had Joe Rogan on my 100 subscriber channel, that would go viral?
Easily.
I mean, that's quite a claim. I would love to see the numbers on that.
That's actually very easy. Tim Pool, after going to Joe Rogan, saw I believe 300% increase.
I completely no. That's not what we're saying. If I went on Joe Rogan, for sure I would get a lot more subscribers. But Joe Rogan would not get any shine from being on my show.
Wait, he would not get shine. You would.
Yeah, but
the goal is to get your show viral.
Okay, but I don't
have a celebrity that endorses it becomes viral.
So you think that just by any show that Joe Rogan were to go on to would become an overnight household thing?
Okay, that's a very different thing than going viral. Overnight household thing is that there's a consistent engagement.
I'm using these giant memes to explain because viral is also an amorphous term. But I'm not talking about something that just gets a lot of views. I'm saying something that catches on and people start to understand. What the fuck are you doing? Just lay down. Just real quick, the Let's Go Brandon thing is a perfect example because it was at a all sporting events. People were chanting F Joe Biden, and it was F Joe Biden, F Joe Biden, and there was a NASCAR race where a guy won, and they were even chanting it there. Oh well, of course they'd be chanting it there, but they were chanting F Joe Biden, and the host that was interviewing the winner of the race was trying to cover they're saying Let's Go Brandon, and that's where the meme starts because it's Let's Go Brandon really means F Joe Biden, and so now Let's Go Brandon is a household term that if your nose isn't stuck in a book, then you know what it means. And so again, I come back to, if we have all of these numbers and everybody in the world is trying to be famous on social media, then why aren't people coming up with these algorithmically perfect videos that maybe aren't of as much substance as something like this conversation, but would have a lot more appeal and to that level?
But that's exactly what people do. Like, one of the reasons why PragerU is so popular is because they've consulted analytic companies that help them grow their channel and their art style to become popular. This is a thing that happens in industry.
That's not what viral is. That something blowing up. Like, people, I mean, how many people even know what Cambridge Analytica even is?
People don't need to know what Cambridge Analytica is. They're not the ones who want to go viral. They're the ones making things go viral.
What you were saying, PragerU then?
Yeah.
How many people even fucking know what PragerU is? I guarantee you,
a couple million.
Okay, and in a country of how many people? That is not viral. That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about something that is again that becomes a household thing, a well-known, familiar idea. You are familiar with Gangnam Style, correct?
Yep.
Is your dad familiar with Gangnam Style?
Probably not.
Are people of your dad's age typically going to know of what Gangnam Style is? Or if you played the song with you, oh, I've heard that before.
If you played it, some of them might recognize. I don't know how many.
So that's what we're talking about. That's not happening with PragerU videos. We're talking about two different things.
Wait, but the funding that goes into the average PragerU video and the funding that goes into Gangnam Style, they happen in like completely different eras of social media. That happens in completely different areas of headspace. We know that there's a marginal difference between entering a space now, which is why you have things like TikTok creators who blow up, and like, whereas in like other venues they might not have that many Instagram followers. Like, algorithms are complicated and pick people up.
Yeah,
There's a lot of noise. There's a lot of error. There's no doubt about that. We're not 100% accurate in predicting all of these things. We're just getting better and better at predicting these things as time goes on. It's a lot easier to become like a million subscriber YouTuber now than ever before, because now we know ways on how to do that. We have data on these are the trends that do that. Doing lots of giveaways increase your subscribers. So
right, but that just moves the goalpost on what makes it viral. If back in the day, back in the Gangnam Style days, 1 million views probably would count as viral. But now 1 million views just means you're an established channel doing well.
Well, so then now at this point, it's like the definition of viral just means something that has outsized influence that we did not expect. So all that is
the
error.
point. So the point I was trying to bring to all of this is, again, the point I've been trying to make this whole time is that the numbers don't tell the whole story, and there is no calculation that you can do to predict the next let's say the number one meme of 2022. If you can develop that, then you would do it, because you could get rich.
Lutch, did I ever once claim that numbers predict everything?
No, but I'm coming to you with claims. I'm coming to you. You didn't have to, because I'm coming to you with claims that aren't necessarily backed up by hard science, and you're dismissing them because they don't have hard science. And so you're saying, if I had hard science that was saying exactly what you're saying, then that would be fine. But since the numbers don't exist, I don't have to accept your claim.
No. The reason why I do not accept these individual claims is that it is far more likely.
I've only made one individual claim.
So the claim that CRT is harming children's educational attainment or whatever, that claim,
or whatever,
for that to happen, there needs to be evidence, because that is a fantastical claim. The evidence
and there is, but you just don't accept it.
The threshold of that evidence. Like, I think you would agree, like, just like, well, this like translate to the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, just because there's an event that happens, there's a burden of proof that you need to meet before that conclusion can be accepted. And my camera just died.
Oh, all right. Well, we're live, so if you want to,
I will switch to an ugly camera.
I mean,
hello.
Hello, welcome back. Again, these are not. I don't think these are comparable situations. Even though I think they're
100% comparable, 100%. When you want to push a narrative or some sort of claim, you need to have strong enough evidence to back that up. When you're making the claim for CRT in classrooms, where there exists a huge population, the burden is honestly not that high compared to the burden of proof, like beyond a reasonable doubt in a courtroom.
Okay,
so I don't think any type of claim.
So again,
I think that this is an easy claim to try to substantiate, but there's no evidence to substantiate.
Okay, and so again, I think what we're getting lost on is the fact that nobody's necessarily looking for any anything beyond the fact that going back to the very simple kicking puppies thing. It doesn't. There are certain aspects of life and culture and society and all of that stuff that you can be you can have positions that are you can stand on positions that are not just based on numbers, and that's what's going on. And
so, okay,
you seem to think that's not, that the argument against what you're proposing is not what the argument actually is.
All right, so simple as this, right? There are many opinions that I have that are not substantiated by numbers. For example, I think that one of the best written stories of all time is Dune. If I were to like say, yeah, a lot of people haven't read it, they don't know anything about it. There's no way I could claim something like that. That's just a thought in my head. To go off and like argue that Dune is such an amazing thing that everyone needs to read, I have to start thinking, all right, if I need to convince like the changing of systems, like school
But those are
curriculum.
two different things. Those are two different things. If you don't need you don't need numbers to determine that Dune is your favorite movie.
Yeah.
Or your favorite book or whatever.
So now convincing
other people that they should is a completely different thing. And so, if you want to think that the world is against you and you're eternally oppressed because this, that, and the other thing, that's cool. You can think whatever the hell you want. But
fine, that's perfect. I wish conservatives would have that same testament.
What do you mean?
They don't like critical race theory. But unless they have numbers to convince me that it's bad or harmful, why should I take their concern about it seriously?
If you say that one more time.
If conservatives feel like critical race theory is really bad,
right?
Why, and they don't give me numbers to substantiate how bad it is to try to persuade me, why should I take their feelings with any more validity than they should take my feelings that Dune is one of the best sci-fi stories of all time?
Because you're not asking them to like Dune. If they again, this is
I don't care if conservatives like critical race theory or not. That's irrelevant to me.
But it's not about liking; it's about implementing it. And so you're comparing. Hey, this is just what my thoughts and feelings. But we're saying no. We're going to implement this as the national ideology. You don't see those as two different things?
Whoa! This is new evidence to me. Who is saying that we should have critical race theory as a national ideology?
What Aren't you?
Politicians pushing
Aren't
that?
you?
I said that I like critical race theory. It'd be cool if children learn more of it. I have never said that.
So how is that any different than what I just said?
I think Dune is a great book. More people should read it.
Okay, no, but how is
I think critical race theory is good. More children should learn about it.
How is you saying that everybody should everybody should think that Dune is their favorite movie different than or how is it not the same thing? Rather, how is you saying Dune should be your favorite movie no matter what? How is that any different from saying I like this, so everybody should be taught?
Wait. My claim has just been everyone should read Dune. My claim is that we should probably teach children about the racial history of the United States in a critical way.
I don't think most people disagree with you, Anirudh. That's the point that we're getting to. That's the point that we keep circling.
So then now
you're straw manning what the CRT praxis actually is. Nobody, I mean, people are claiming that CRT is being taught in school, but only in the same way that string theory is based on mathematics and we teach arithmetic in school. We're not teaching Kimberly Crenshaw and whoever the fuck else.
Right. We don't need. But I would like it if children. I think that children should be learning calculus in 6th grade. Is that possible? Probably not. Would I like it? Would I love a world where that happens? Yes. I would like to get children close to that.
Okay.
So that they're more mathematically inclined. That they're.
We already agree. We all already agree that math.
I know. So now the only difference between
replacing
calculus with CRT is that conservatives don't like CRT. But
why?
Some of them might like calculus.
Why?
They believe.
A better question. Let me phrase this a little bit better. You said some of them might not like calculus. What is the? Do you understand the difference between them why they might not like doing calculus versus why they might not like CRT being an overarching value that is being taught to children across the nation?
I mean. If they do a lot of calculus, they'll start believing in CRT. But they would probably disagree with some of the claims of CRT, which would probably be a little easier to intuitively understand or intuitively not understand.
That's not my question. My question again is why do you think that there's no push against from conservatives against teaching calculus, right?
Not that I know of.
Me neither. But we can reasonably assume that there's probably a decent segment of the population that happens to be conservative and also happens to not like doing calculus, right?
Yeah.
That's not an analogous situation to saying there's people who don't want the overarching ideology that is being taught to be this one thing. That's the difference between you saying that I don't like you don't like Dune, but it's my favorite movie, and that's cool.
Okay, but
versus
like anytime we have discussions,
Dune's my
history,
favorite movie, so it has to be your favorite movie.
Whoa.
And the second one is what you are supporting when it comes to the CRT argument.
Do I believe that CRT should be taught in school? Yeah. I mean, the difference is CRT is it's a narrative to analyze the world, like any type of historical narrative. Like American exceptionalism was a historical narrative for us to, or like Manifest Destiny was a great example for us to conceptualize why in the 19th century there was a huge westward expansion in the United States. That's an ideology. The American exceptionalism, that's an ideology. Alongside that, I want critical race theory to be taught as another ideology. It's no different than going to religion class and saying, oh, right, we'll learn about Christianity, we'll learn about Islam, we'll learn about Sikhism, we'll learn about Hinduism.
Public schools don't teach that.
I mean, what do you mean? Public schools
don't have religion courses like that in elementary school. You can take courses on them in college, but unless you're going to a religious school.
We've learned, like, I don't know about you, but like in every school that I've been to, starting from like 6th grade, any discussion in history, we would talk about cultural differences. I first learned about the Hajj.
Right. Okay. But you're not getting into, you can talk about the differences in cultures without espousing one culture over the other. And that is not what's happening with CRT. It is espousing the culture that follows the narrative that comes from that comes from the rationalization of CRT. If you have that framework, the outcome is akin to one of those cultures that you're espousing versus teaching that cultures are different. They are two very different things. That's like teaching the Bible is right is very different than teaching what Christianity is versus what Judaism is versus what Islam is. Right?
Wait. So then this is a different area of discussion, because if the claim from conservatives is that schools are only teaching critical race theory, or that's their overarching narrative, and they're excluding other narratives like critical feminism or gender theory or any other ways of analyzing the world, then yeah, that's definitely an issue.
I think the problem is critical theory in general, because critical theory, and again, I don't know much about the actual, the actual works as well as you do probably, but the way it is being applied, again, the way it is being applied, what is actually being put out into the world for normie people who have not studied this stuff, is not the intricate ways of saying, okay, well, maybe this is just a different way of looking at no, it's a very hard and fast, very simplistic framework of hierarchy and oppression and all of that stuff. And it puts that at the forefront of everyone's experience. And it doesn't tell you this is a way of looking at things. They say this is what it is. That is indoctrination. That is precisely what indoctrination means.
All right. So I presume you have no issue with us teaching economics in high school and teaching them that, oh, it is provable that when there's smaller government, there's greater economic growth. Like that's a statement that's taught in basic economics courses. Okay. Smaller government is greater economic growth. If you take any like upper level graduate class, you learn that's not true. That's such an overly simplistic statement that it's incorrect. So obviously, by that logic, we should be upset about teaching children the simplified version of anything.
I want to stick on that because I don't know that
I
agree.
Like for example,
that it's so blatantly. I would agree with that. Generally, a smaller government is going to be better for the economy.
No. So, for example, the role of government is to ensure efficiency in markets, to prevent monopolies, to control for externalities. Those are the biggest benefits to economic growth.
Yeah, but there's a lot more that the government does. If that was all the government did, that'd be fine. The small government just doing those things.
That's not a small government. For example, the SEC is a huge government organization.
These are relative words.
A huge government organization that will be necessary to maximize economic growth.
Okay, but
the reason why even Richard Nixon in the 70s created the EPA.
We're talking about words like big and small, and that's again more
exactly.
So when we said you said smaller. So if we are, the things that you mentioned, nobody, again, I don't disagree that those are roles of the government and things that we should have that are the government's responsibility. It's beyond those things that create, influences for people to do whatever they can to take advantage of these policies, and it doesn't work out evenly for everyone. And so when there's more red tape and more barriers to entry and more of this and more of that, then it creates, like I said, a barrier to entry, and it creates two different classes. When there is less barrier to entry, aka less government restriction, then more people can get into the market, and the market can flow more freely.
A lower barrier to entry sometimes also creates a greater greater ease of monopolization. So sometimes a necessary barrier to entry will be necessary to prevent monopolization. But that's stuff that you would learn.
But I'm
in
talking
trade
again.
theory.
Again, I agree. I have already agreed that we
Exactly.
want to.
So the statement that you made would be false. Like, if we're being very critical of
Which
it,
statement?
the statement that lower barriers of entry will increase competition and improve economic growth.
How is that false?
Because generally speaking, that's not true a lot of the cases. And there are certain times where lower barrier of entries are better, and there are certain times where lower barriers of entries are worse. The blanket statement, lower barriers of entry is conducive to greater economic growth, is not always held true.
I didn't say always. I said in general. And I already agreed that the government should be there to help prevent monopolies. But and again, I would consider the government. I would say minimal government doesn't necessarily mean what I think you're thinking of when you say small government. I'm not thinking of a bare bones skeleton crew of the only the whatever. I don't know what exactly you have in your mind when you say small government, but I'm talking about just smaller than we have now.
Okay, yeah. So even that statement's smaller than we have now. Like, there are certain ways we can make the government bigger and our economy would grow faster, and there's certain ways we can make it smaller and our economy would also grow faster. The statement "smaller than now," like, the interpretation of that has like thousands of different outcomes.
Yeah.
To where the point of that statement is just not accurate.
Okay, but you're the one who presented the statement in the first place.
Yeah. So
why did you use
that's a
that then?
statement that is taught in high school level courses that we learn is incorrect once we have a deeper understanding of certain things. Likewise, with critical race theory, I'm pretty sure any simplified version that we teach to kids is going to have some inaccuracies. So for example,
why don't we not teach them that stuff? And the same way that if your claim is that we shouldn't that small government doesn't equal better economy, then we shouldn't be teaching that in school either.
No,
we shouldn't be teaching things that aren't true.
But almost half of the sciences that we learn later on are not 100% true. For example, something as simple as physics. Like, there's so much stuff that you learn in high school physics, Newtonian physics, that's completely untrue the moment you start understanding about relativity and general relativity.
Like what?
So for example, that you can add two vectors. If I'm on a train going...
What? I did not hear the word vector until I was way past 6th grade.
Okay, yeah. So what we would learn in 6th grade, that's untrue. Something as simple as like
what? No. You said we were learning things, Newtonian laws in physics that are not, that we later come to find are not true. What are we learning that in grade school that is under Newtonian laws of gravity that are not true?
So that's more in like middle school. But if you want grade school, a great example would probably be the Bohr model, the atom model. We learned that this is what an atom looks like. That's completely untrue. Atoms are not like a single nucleus with rings of electrons. Electrons exist as a cloud, as wave functions that move around. That model,
it's not that it's untrue.
It is 100% untrue.
It's a representation. It's a model. That picture is a model of the motion that the rings aren't meant to actually.
That's not how electrons move. Electrons don't move in circles.
I know it's not one circle, but they move around the nucleus, and I understand they're not on an axis like that. But it's represented. It's a model. You can't have a moving. It's a moving thing. You can't have a picture.
Likewise, anytime we teach children something, we're teaching them the most simplified version of it, which is often wrong. Which, that's not an argument to not teach children, but it's to give them the critical thinking tools
I disagree
to
that
start
it's
correcting
wrong.
their previously held beliefs.
I disagree that I disagree that the picture of an atom is wrong. I wouldn't say that it's wrong. I would say that it is simplistic and it's not as accurate as reality. but that's what a model is. It's not wrong. That is absolutely the way that atoms interact, and you know, the electrons and the nucleus and all of that shit. That's how that. That's is that if
maybe
you're
someone
saying,
who has a PhD in chemistry will correct me, but I have learned that that is not how atoms work.
how did you
How
learn that
electrons
atoms?
work.
What did you learn then?
We
That
learned
is
about the existence of electron clouds, where electrons exist as like wave functions that go on sinusoidal rotations around the nucleus. Actually, I don't know much beyond that. I'm pretty sure even that interpretation and learning might be wrong. There's more nuance that's added.
So of your understanding right now of what an atom is, if you were to take a still picture, hypothetically, obviously, and want to not again, I think there is a meaningful distinction between simplifying something or dumbing it down for a younger brain than teaching something that is wrong.
Do you
So
believe
what?
it's possible to simplify something so much that it ends up being
Yeah.
wrong?
Yes.
That's what we do for maybe 90% of science that we teach children.
Okay. And
So that is not an argument just because children can't comprehend everything. Like, if I wanted to explain to you what an atom was, I'm not going to draw a picture. I'm going to write a bunch of equations that you won't understand, most people won't understand. But that's not an but the fact that we can't
okay,
teach children those
so
equations is not an argument to
but
not
so
let
then
them
why do you
understand
think
some basic.
so then why do you think we use that image for atoms?
We use it as a heuristic to explain some aspects of the natural world and natural experience.
Okay.
We use that as a proxy, which is why
Right.
it's more important than we actually
Or a
teach the
model,
model,
which is
that we teach children the critical thinking skills to understand the failings of models and to be critical, hence why critical theory exists, of narratives that we give them.
I think we're again we're getting back bogged down in semantics, because I don't see the incorrectness of that model, that image of an atom, and the reality of what atoms are doing in real space. I don't see that as so far off of the mark, let's say, than to be introducing cultural cultural opinions of the you know, the structures and the you know, all of these things that are involved in you know, the praxis of CRT in grade school. I don't think that what you know, whereas the picture of the atom is maybe oversimplified, it still is a stepping stone to what, you know, the actual reality is. And even if you're not going to become a physicist, then that understanding of atoms, even if it stops there, it will allow you to understand what the you know, how chemistry works in general, until, you know, you need a greater understanding. And again, if most normal people don't need an understanding of an atom beyond that little picture.
Yeah, so likewise, it's probably unlikely that children would need an understanding of critical theory beyond some of the basics about how that histories of racial dynamics have created some material harm in the present day. If you
And
could give examples, something
again,
as simple as like, I'm trying to think of things that would not be very complicated to understand. Oh, something as simple as like geospatial segregation or geospatial inequality, where histories of where like a history of housing discrimination has made it so that there are certain parts of cities that have perpetually low housing development. And because of that reason, their property values are so low that it's been very difficult for certain populations who've lived there historically to accrue intergenerational wealth. It's something we have data to explain that. And it's a very simple narrative, is that if your parents were not allowed to buy good houses, then it's very unlikely that you'll be able to inherit good houses. Those are
okay.
simplified versions of understanding geospatial inequality that we would teach as part of critical race theory.
Okay,
In
and so
fact,
what part of that is simplified to the point of being wrong, that when you actually dive into it, you're finding something completely different?
sure. If I were to state that geospatial inequality was the issue, that would completely ignore the issue of historical evictions, gentrification, all the other factors that would change spatial inequality that are less tied to geospatial inequality and more to racial inequality. We would use the geospatial inequality as a proxy to start understanding how even economic models or like even economic phenomena such as gentrification and housing development, highway development, infrastructure development resegregated communities even after those communities were integrated.
And what I missed the part that of what we're unteaching. What part of that is
So we're
different from what was
unteaching. So we are unteaching that just because you were born in an area that determines your income, rather the policy that happens around that area is the bigger, better determinant of racial disparities.
And again, I didn't. What part of what's if that is so that's what you're saying is the actuality, and I'm asking what are kids in school being taught that is wrong about that as they go to university and higher learning, what they've learned about that, I think I think it follows in line. I don't see how
No, because
it's any
we
different.
correct. So science is the enterprise of replacing error with ignorance. We made a proxy explanation for a certain phenomenon. Then we add a new nuance to create a new understanding of that phenomenon. Likewise, for example, like the Bohr model, we show electrons rotating around the atom. Right. What that's supposed to show is that electrons still move. We approximate their rotation, their movement and orbit as something like a circle or a parabola, when in reality it's like sinusoidal waves. So we gave them the initial statement, which is somewhat true, and then we're starting to replace some of the misinformation that we gave them with the actual model and actual explanation, our more accurate, up-to-date explanation. Likewise, it's the same thing here. A lot of stuff that you learn is incorrect, mostly because we have not given you the nuance and the critical analysis things to critical analysis skills to understand that greater nuance.
So that begs the obvious question that if this is already something that is an issue, that we're teaching oversimplified things to the detriment of a true understanding, then if that's already happening in some areas, why would you want to add another area where we're admitting that the principles of CRT are not something that in their entirety can be taught to children effectively? Then why are we adding more misinformation?
No. What we're doing is we're teaching children the initial foundation, and throughout their education, removing the misinformation, removing error, and replacing it with ignorance.
I don't know what you mean by that.
So, science of the enterprise is removing error and replacing with ignorance. That means changing our understanding of the world, removing any misconception that we had, and then trying to discover more that we do not know. So, for example, the reason why like we have the history of the atom is that we first had an idea. All right, there's some particle that's really small, fundamental size. Then we start saying, okay, these particles interact in such a way. We group them as elements. Then we create the Bohr model. And then once we have electron microscopes, we realize, all right, some of the stuff that we understood was true, but we made massive errors in our assumptions for how these things would operate. We replaced those errors with more questions that we have for trying to understand the nature and the fabric of the universe. As we go, like the same thing in social sciences, as we understand that our misconceptions on this were no longer true, we now have questions for how to answer these questions that we have. We have questions on what explains racial dynamics, what explains racial disparity, why are these phenomena happening? Is it only in the United States? Is it happening in other countries? What's different about the US with other countries? The moment we start replacing those misconceptions with greater questions for a greater quest of understanding.
But that's not the same thing that you were just saying or that we were just talking about. We were
It's
talking
100% the
about
same thing.
No, we were talking about things that were taught that were already known and were simplified down to a point where they were inaccurate. Now you're talking about things that we are discovering the reality as time goes on.
No,
There's
both of those things are happening simultaneously. Most of what we're understanding about physics
I understand
is
that,
happening
but
in the
what
front
you're talking
lens.
about doesn't address what I don't even remember what my question was, but it was about the adding of what you're saying is wrong information about things that later needs to be corrected. If we're talking about the atom, then we're teaching and by your claim, we're teaching misinformation about what an atom does in an attempt to simplify it well enough for somebody to understand it at a certain age. And so later,
as
they
education continues, we replace the error of what we have
okay,
taught
but
them
then you were
with
just talking about
ignorance to ask more questions.
social things where as time goes on, we, meaning the general consensus of people of the and you know the leading scientists, had changed based on new information. That's not the same thing.
Wait, no, that's entirely the same thing, because our understanding of physics has changed with new information. Our understanding of race relations also changes based on new information.
But our understanding of the atom doesn't change from the point at which you're teaching an atom as that picture and your understanding of an atom in the sine waves and all that shit. What the reality of what we understand as humanity doesn't change in that time.
Oh,
right? Our
so many things have changed. Oh, no.
About the atom. The understanding
Yes,
of the
our
atom was
understanding of-
always from the time, at least both of us, from the time that both of us were first learning about the atom, the first time we saw that picture, it was already known by scientists and the world at large that atoms don't have that, that the electrons and protons don't have that that parabolic axis.
Yeah.
So there was no right. So at no point from your from either of our learning of that to learning what an atom really does did the information on that change. Just what we were told is different. What you were just
no,
citing,
the information definitely has changed. Our time frame.
You just said we knew from the 60s that atoms don't work like that. You went to school in the 60s?
No. So it's just a question of time frame. The only difference here is time frame,
Right.
because if you start in the 60s, you
That's
would
what
have
I'm
learned
talking
atoms in
about.
such a way. But the fact that we had new information is what allows something like computing or camera sensors to
Okay,
exist.
but that's not what I'm talking about. Let's start over. So we've got the picture of the atom,
right?
That we all learn, that kids today are learning. When they get older, if they go down that road far enough, they will learn that it's not actually on an axis like that. Mm-hmm. That's not because the world at large, the scientists, physicists have today think that the atom actually does look like that. And then by the time they learn about it, we as humanity have gotten new information. As you were, that's not the same thing as us learning something as we believe it to be,
but
and then later new information.
All the time.
What?
That phenomenon happens all the time. I'm
not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying you're conflating two different situations. So I'm asking you about one, and you're giving me an answer for a different situation.
The only difference between those two situations is time frame. I'll give you one with a similar time frame.
Yes, but I'm saying that's what I'm asking about is the time frame.
Yeah. So does the time frame really affect whether or not we should teach something? Because our understanding of gravity changed drastically within the past 10 years. From the discovery of Higgs bosons and particles that create mass, our understanding of science drastically changed in gravity. Yet we still teach children about the standard gravitational equation about G equals m1 times m2 over r squared. We still teach them the basic stuff, even though now we know even the stuff that we learned under Einstein is incorrect. But that's just the nature of human innovation. We will always try to replace error with ignorance. I see no reason why we don't do that with CRT either. It's a social science. It's an issue of sociology.
I mean, that's a different. I mean, that's a good question, but that's not really what we were talking about. And I mean, I don't really have anything against. I mean, yeah, I want people to be taught reality as it is, not any other way.
So, if critical race theory, often many of its components, because it's used a lot in data science, we use it a lot for understanding racial disparities. If that has a lot of data to support it, don't you think it's worthwhile for children so that they have a good relationship with understanding it and that they're critical about data, not just blindly believing anything that someone tells them, whether America is racist?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with race? Why does that have to be? Where does race?
Race is a parameter. Race is a parameter.
But it seems to be the only and the most important parameter through this lens. What do you mean to who? To all these people who are talking about whiteness is this and this color is that. It's not conservatives who are making these distinctions. It's the people who are subscribing to CRT that are making these distinctions.
CRT brings us back to the lens of analysis. It's one lens of analysis. It's part
but that's not how it's. But I understand that. But that is just like how gravity has these all these different tentacles of understanding. from the basic, the basic formula. What we teach in grade school is not untrue. It's just only applicable in certain circumstances. And
So
so,
we teach children about the initial circumstances, and as they get older, we teach them about more circumstances. At this
okay,
point, that seems
but
like a
that's not what
pro-CRT argument.
they're doing. That's my point. That has been my entire point. That's not. I agree with you, but that's not what they're doing, and you're claiming they are without knowing what they are. Because whenever somebody presents you with an example that this is what they are doing, and it's not what you just said, it's the thing that I'm talking about. That you're saying, "Oh, I'm so crazy," but here it is, and you're brushing it off, and you're saying, "No, well, it should just be. If it was that bad, then I would be." It is that
So
bad. That's what I'm telling you.
I would consider the teaching of slavery as a race-based institution or as a cause of the Civil War as part of critical race theory.
But we've been teaching that since
Exactly. That's the initial basic concept. We still teach children that. And then as they get
right.
older, like I learned about the encomienda system when I was learning world history in 10th grade. That's another concept that
Well,
is
keep it to
based off of
slavery because
critical race theory.
that's a good example. Is that the idea that the Europeans were just strictly going over to Africa and stealing people out of their homes and putting them on ships and that's the only way that slavery worked. Of course that happened. Of course that's terrible. Of course that's horrible. But a lot of the many, I believe most, I don't quote me on that, but I believe most, if not many of the slaves who were brought to the New World were already slaves. They were
Yeah,
enslaved
we actually
by
learned about
African.
this. We
Right.
learned about the difference between American or like European slavery during the Columbian Exchange and how that different than African slavery. Because African slavery was the result of you being captured in battle, you being a victim of a war. But that's fundamentally different than chattel-based slavery. And the reason why we draw the distinction is because when we learn about critical race theory, we realize that our conception of what is white and what is black, dark skin, light skin, comes as a way to institutionalize chattel slavery. Because let me
How
ask you a
so?
question. Are Arabs white?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
I know a lot of Arabs who, if I could show you pictures of them and you would not know if they're white or not. Or,
Okay.
or you wouldn't know that they're Arabs. There are many Arabs who pass off and
I'm not
look
very
white.
good at. I'm not very good at that anyway. I mean, I can't tell if you're Indian or Pakistani or something like
Yeah,
that. And
so
we share for so but what's the point?
So how we define white, this is what critical race theory is, how we define white people has changed because originally Irish were not considered white. The Roma and Gypsy were not considered white. Jews were not considered white. So if we talk about whiteness and a critical race theory conception is we redefined what white meant in different periods of history. What was the motivation for that? That's just a question that we would ask. We'll try to look at the historical records for why that was the case. The
Okay,
Germans were hilarious in this because they believed in the Aryan race. Aryans were people who came from like northern India or like Persia, that area, the steppe, people that I'm related to. I don't exactly look like blonde hair, blue eyes, but our understanding of race has never been scientific. It's always been cultural. So our definitions of different cultural periods in history often come from motivations that happen, whether it's power dynamics. The Spanish created the idea of the mestizo, the mulatto, and the different levels of the encomienda system because they wanted a way to create a hierarchy. And unfortunately, some of those hierarchies still exist to this day. There's a reason why indigenous people
I
in
agree with
Bolivia,
you, and
that's all
from
critical race
everything
theory
that
is.
would everything that I've seen that has fallen under the, again, I'm talking about the praxis, the applied principles, not the cornerstone scholarship that is a CRT. We're
So then
talking
my
about
question
critical
is,
race praxis, whether it's
big
just critical praxis in general, whether it's race or gender or whatever it is. It does not seem to be leading towards that type of thinking.
all
And
right. So
so
then
maybe
my
this is
question,
a perfect example of what you're talking about in an oversimplification. And maybe that is the case, and that CRT really isn't that bad. Fine. But what they are teaching, whatever the fuck you want to call it, is bad.
so wait, this is perfect because Lutch, why is it that the conservatives have the outrage that CRT is being taught rather than them being outraged that CRT is being taught incorrectly? Why are they not demanding that we have better CRT classes, that we have a better critical understanding that these kids are taught in a more
which would
holistic
look
way,
like what?
rather
I don't
than
know what that would look like.
builds?
I don't know what that would look like.
Sure. Like
I
for
don't think,
example,
and really quick, just to give a short answer to your question, is because I don't think most people would know that either. Nobody had even heard of most, normie people haven't heard of critical race theory, even though it's been around since what, the 60s or probably even earlier. But that wasn't a thing. And we've always been taught racial sensitivity and all of this stuff. So I just don't understand why we need to have this idea that we've already been teaching, but now we have to simplify it down into a way that's bringing back segregation and all of this kind of shit.
so the issue
What
is
was
not
wrong
we
with what we
brought
already
back
were
an
doing?
idea to teach or that we're teaching an idea. It's that we're teaching an idea incorrectly. And if all conservatives had the issue was, oh my God, the way that we're teaching CRT is not good for
I think that
kids.
is exactly their sentiment.
No,
Yes.
because in Texas, I live in
So
Texas. I can
so
speak
what
for
is
just Texas.
okay? So then
They have
what is the
banned the
sentiment?
teaching of critical race theory
Okay, but
and a lot of the ideas that I just espoused about the encomienda system, about certain.
they specifically learned about that and voted on that, or they were watching Fox News and they heard CRT and they got the boiled down version of the
I'm
examples
just
that I
talking about
gave.
what the conservative legislator passed. They passed an
And I'm
anti-CRT
talking about
bill.
conservative voters. Remember, in
Oh,
the very beginning of
I
this
mean,
conversation, I talked about how there's a huge disparity between conservatives and the GOP and liberal voters and the Democratic Party. So I
I
don't.
don't necessarily know if there's that big of a disparity between conservatives and the GOP because the
Then you don't know
conservatives seem pretty
conservatives very
loyal to
well.
the GOP.
You don't know. No, we're just very. I mean, and here that I think that was the first time I inadvertently called myself a conservative, but I guess here we are. So it's not that like people who love Trump. It was less about loving Trump than loving what he stood for in opposition to everything that the liberal narrative has bestowed upon us and has just ruined the values that people appreciate. And while it has brought some great things as well, we're at a place now where we don't need to be pushing race and gender equality in the same way that we did when we had Jim Crow laws and women couldn't vote.
So here's the issue that this is like a weird false dichotomy because you're presuming that we did such a good job in the first place that it's not necessary to do it now. We
That's
fixed
not
the
what I said.
problem then, so it's not a
That's not what I
problem now.
said. That's not
No,
at all what
but
I said.
you're effectively saying we should not be pushing for trying to fix racial disparities
That's
as
not what I
harsh
said.
now
That's
as
not what
we
I
did.
said. That's not what I said.
Then
That
repeat
is
what you
not
said.
at all what I
Like I
said.
misheard you.
I said you are mischaracterizing what it is that people are upset about. And if they did know what what actual critical race theory was and what it actually was, and if they knew that and that it could be boiled down in a better way, that absolutely would be the argument. But that's
All
not the
right.
argument because the only thing that people
So
understand that CRT is critical applied principles, this critical praxis.
all
That
right. So
they see them in one and the same. So the banning of CRT comes from an understanding that CRT is only the praxis that they are against.
yeah. So then this becomes like another issue because like if I would presume that Lindsay's a well-read guy, he's a smart academic, he would probably know this. If he had good intentions, he would probably be saying the same thing that I would be saying, which is we are teaching CRT wrong. It's harmful. Let's do it the right way. He has never once said we should teach CRT the right way. I've watched this Gregory video. I was there for his entire spiel, this unhinged rant. Uh, he didn't want CRT to be taught either way because he viewed it as some sort of like socialist propaganda, which it's not.
I don't. I mean, I don't see. I mean, the where that comes from is just the government steamrolling of individualism and liberty in that way. And again, whether
How?
that is what CRT in college and at the university level is, that is absolutely what is happening with the down to the normal people who don't study this stuff all day, who have a job, have a family. They don't have time to, they just throw on the news while they're cooking dinner and all that stuff. They don't have an understanding of this stuff because it's not what they do. They're just normal people.
So would you believe that a lot of the opposition to CRT comes from a place of ignorance and
Yes.
comes from fear mongering?
Yes,
Because
in the sense,
they seem
yeah.
very upset about something they don't really understand a lot about. You admit that they don't really understand a lot about it, but
Yeah.
they seem so upset about something they don't really understand a lot about.
So
And it's
what
not.
they're
And
so okay. So let me put it this way. They know that they're upset about this thing. These whatever it is that's making their their white kid upset, or their black kid feel like they're a piece of garbage because they are always going to be held down by the oppressors, and they're just part of this class, and that's whitey's fault. And whether whatever you want to call that, they don't need a name for it in order to dislike it. Then the media comes in and puts this CRT label on it. And so now they are fighting against the individual instances of what's affecting them and their children and their lives, but they are referring to it as how they learned it in the mainstream media, as this is CRT. And so whether the actuality of the text and the scholars is what it's portrayed to be or not, the reason that conservative voters are against this stuff is because they are under the impression that that's all this is. And whether it is or it is not, then it is being tied to these things that kids are learning. And maybe it is a case of being oversimplified to the point where it is it's boiled down too much. And maybe this is just something that is a certain shade of culture that we don't need to stoke that fire. The resurgence of all this stuff came from when the Occupy Wall Street days. This was a like we said, this has been around since the 60s.
I believe so. Actually, critical race theory is a little bit older than that too. Or critical theory is, but critical race theory is like the big texts around the 60s.
And so there was a time when, between then and now, that nobody knew what CRT was. Nobody talked about CRT unless you were specifically studying it. But now there is a much bigger injection of race into a conversation that is much less affected by race than ever before. And again, it's the label that's put on it. And so if you understand...
I just have one question. Could it be that the reason why it's in the conversation now is because there's a greater appetite to correct racial inequalities now than there was, say, in the 70s and 80s and 90s?
Maybe, but only because it's been that's what's been fed. That's what I was getting at. That Occupy Wall Street. That's when the establishment was losing control, and the people, the 99%, that whole thing, that was becoming a thing, and it wasn't good for the establishment, the left or right. And so that these ideas of intersectionality and bringing up all these things. Yes, maybe there is a genuine desire for that now, but it's because this stuff was pushed. What if the appetite was
okay? So this sounds a little conspiratorial. What do you mean by this stuff was pushed? By who?
By, I don't fucking know, who, the media, the people who are, I mean, I don't have names for you, but the people who are sitting in their office being held up by whatever dirty shit they're doing with AG or whatever the hell it was, and have connections to the media. I mean, I don't know the inner workings of the media politics incestuous relationship, but I mean, yeah, it is conspiratorial because that is how it works. Like, because you don't think mainstream media is a conspiracy?
That's a fantastical claim. I think that there are perverse incentives and conflicts of interest.
Wait. Mainstream that's media, not at all. Hold on. It's only a fantastical claim if we are depending on your definition of conspiracy. Do you believe that 9/11 happened?
Do I believe that 9/11, like that their Twin Towers fell and the Pentagon was attacked? Yes.
Okay, so then you believe in conspiracy.
How?
Because a bunch of people conspired to do a thing and then it happened. So that is a conspiracy. That's all that a conspiracy means, that people are conspiring together. And so when I'm saying there is a conspiracy between politics and media, they are conspiring. They work together.
So
and they act as if they're independent.
I mean, the conspiracy that there were terrorists who would hijack a plane to destroy the World Trade Center is a fantastical claim. There's a lot of evidence of that claim happening. Likewise,
right. There's a lot more evidence that the media and the government work together. just look at the different ways that the Rittenhouse trial is being portrayed in different
Well, actually, let's talk
circles.
about that. Let's talk about the Rittenhouse trial.
Please.
Because no, do I think I don't necessarily know if it's a conspiracy, rather it's mainstream media attaining to human nature. Because unfortunately, when the riots were happening back in 2020, there was a lot of animosity between the left and the right. And when the shooting happened and Rittenhouse shot someone else in self-defense, which I believe he's innocent on he did act in self-defense. The people were starting to peruse his social media history. They found some very questionable things that he said, that he was a Trump supporter, and they extrapolated that he was a white supremacist because he had like said nice things about Trump, and that he wanted to shoot at black people because he was a white supremacist. If you want to say that the reason that narrative came from left-wing media is because of a conspiracy, I would find that much more difficult to believe, rather than I feel like of all the narratives that could have been concocted, that was just the one that was most popular in left circles, because people had a preconceived bias of, oh, this is what he is. All Trump supporters are racist. And so it just happened to be like you feeding them a survivorship bias.
How is that an argument against the fact that the media and politicians work together?
Because the belief, that narrative came from a natural preconceived notion. Now, you could say that maybe those natural preconceived notions were the result of like socialization by the media, but I don't know. Maybe there's some evidence for that. I'd be more willing to believe that. But the Rittenhouse event itself is probably not an evidence of a conspiracy. Rather, it is a market failure in the media. It's a media failure.
Okay, that I didn't say that the Rittenhouse, anything about the Rittenhouse was a conspiracy. I said I said politics and the media conspire together, and you said that's a fantastical claim.
So conspire for what? Let's rephrase.
Whatever they fucking want. It seems to keep the people divided, to give more power to the elites.
All right, so to give more power to elite, to keep people divided, those are very loaded words. I wouldn't necessarily agree with you, but do I believe that media and the government work together? Yeah, I believe
that's a conspiracy. So I said that, and you're like, well, you're sounding conspiratorial. That's because I'm talking about a conspiracy. That's why I sound conspiratorial. But you use it as a pejorative, as if, whoa, that's a crazy cookie
and
theory.
saying that the media wants to divide people. I think there are different.
Yeah, what do you mean? Why do you think CNN still talks about Trump so much?
Because it gets them publicity.
Right. Why do you think that is? What was the opinion of Trump before he came down those stairs? And
he was a funny host of a reality TV show.
Right. And you're going to say that there is no, that CNN specifically had no part in stoking the divide in the views that we have. So that the misreporting and misframing things, and just the whole fake news thing. I mean, are we trying to say that CNN isn't fake news in 2021?
On the discussion of social media, Destiny said this point, and I agree with him 100%. It's not an issue with media. Well, the issue that we get polarized because of what we watch is not an issue of media. It's the issue of us wanting that polarizing thing. Like, it's on some level, yeah, it's bad that Doritos have like additive substances, but the reason why Doritos sells a lot is not because there's a conspiracy to get people hooked on Doritos. It's just the fact that people really like Doritos, and the market will reward what people want. I feel like the media is controlling.
So you don't see any causal relationship between what is reported and how it's reported, and how people view things and how they behave.
I see a causal relation as maximizing profits, not a causal relationship of seeking to divide people. I see a different,
and I think that's. I don't think they are mutually exclusive. I think
they're not mutually exclusive.
Right. So the way to make more money is to keep people divided, is to keep people angry.
Not always, because there used to be a time when movie stars would never talk about politics because they didn't want to divide their fan base. They didn't talk about politics because you could make money not talking about politics. In our era that we live now, if you pick a political side, you can get rabid supporters and make more money. The decision to talk about politics or to politicize something was never because of like some deeply held belief. It was because what makes more money. Nike would never have run Colin Kaepernick commercials, let's say 40 years ago, when disrespecting the flag would have got you axed from airways. They do now because they know that if they do that, it's NPV positive. They'll make a lot more money picking a side than not.
And again, so you're saying the media is bad because people are bad, not that people are
Yes.
bad, so the media is bad.
No. The reason why we see issues with the media is because they are catering to our baser instincts. That is an
Okay,
issue
and
with
I
us
would
as a
say that that's a
population.
bad thing. I would say that the media isn't not made up of humans. There are other humans that understand these
Then
same
I guess
things,
you're
and they're
anti-capitalism because that's
what?
the goal of
How does that make me anti-capitalist?
because the goal of the media is to maximize engagement and profits.
Right?
So them acting in their self-interest would be like a very socialist stance on media, which it would be cool that would be a cool position if you had, but I don't know. Because the consequence of being pro-capitalist is that you allow the
What?
media to profit off of division if division is profitable.
I mean, yes, technically, but that's a. I mean, talk about oversimplifications. Like there is a role. The news should be something that is. I mean, I'm just blown away by
So do you believe that
wanting the news
media should be
to
non-profit
be.
driven?
What's that?
Do you want the news to not be profit driven?
I mean, I think it would be ideal. Yeah.
Okay, then not necessarily you're anti-capitalism, but you're maybe anti the profit motive in the news industry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
but then that's not an issue with like government and media conspiring to divide the country. No, that's just us wanting to divide ourselves and the media giving us an axe to do it. That's what
yeah.
it really is.
See that again. This is the naivete that you haven't seen I mean, I don't understand how you can think that people were already wanted to be out rioting all of the summer of love, and they were going to do that anyway, but they were just doing it for Black Lives Matter because that's what was on TV.
We were in the middle of a recession. People were upset staying at home. They were upset. If the media gave them an excuse to riot, yeah, that's bad on the media part. But the
Yes.
media didn't compel people to riot. I don't
No, of
believe
course
that.
not. But of course not. But that I'm not saying that they're compelling anybody to do anything. I'm saying they have an influence.
Is that
A heavy influence?
Yeah. So no, I don't disagree with you on that influence, but that influence comes from profit maximization, not from like a
I don't care where it
conspiracy
comes
to
from.
the goal to divide the country.
I agree.
The media
I mean, I
doesn't
agree with
care
you.
about dividing the country. They're apathetic to it. I think
Fine.
you'd agree.
I can I can accept that. But the
Yeah.
fact that they are what's the word I'm looking for?
Apathetic.
Apathetic about the what they're doing is bad. Whether the profit motive.
Oh, I agree with that completely.
The profit motive is just a byproduct, or the fact that it comes from a profit motive is just a byproduct of what drives profit, and our emotions, our negative emotions being a bigger driver of attention than positive emotions. That's why social media is so addictive. I mean, if you've ever are you familiar with Tristan Harris?
Oh yeah. I forgot the
He's
name of that. It was a documentary on Netflix.
Yeah.
The Social Dilemma. Yeah, I remember that. I watched that.
So that whole the whole thing about feeding, what you feed people has an effect on what they think. And here's the other thing that I feel like you might be overlooking, and this goes for this as well as the CRT stuff, that most people are not digging into a lot of this stuff. So most people only get that surface level, report on, and all they know is what the media reports. And so there
Barely to get the headlines.
right. And so there should be a responsibility with the media to make sure that, because people are taking only the headlines, to frame things in such a way to not purposely mislead them, which absolutely is the case in so many instances.
No, I agree with you. They have an ethical
both sides.
responsibility to do that, and they have a fiduciary responsibility to not do that.
Fair. But I mean, yeah. So I think a lot of, I mean, you could say that about anything, but they're
in economics, we call this negative externalities. A negative externality of the media behaving this way, focusing on profits, is that they misinform people and they stoke division.
Okay, that's a great division, but I don't a definition. But how does that help us?
No, so we don't disagree here. But the only thing that we disagree is like the motive. You believe that there's some sort of intrinsic part of the media that wants to divide. I think the statement is the media doesn't care if they divide us or not. They care about
No,
maximizing
yeah,
profit.
I
And I
already
think
agree
that
with
is
that.
more destructive, actually.
Well, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I had already conceded that that apathy
Yeah. So
is their
that's the
stance.
only
And
difference that we have.
so, I mean, specifically about the switching gears a little bit, we're
Rittenhouse.
yeah, we were supposed to be talking about better discourse, but we kind of got off on a tangent. But I would like to dive into this just because the nature of how you and I tend to agree on a lot of things, but see things very differently, and so we tend to have a lot of the same overarching opinions that, when you break them down, come from very different places, or vice versa. I've been following the trial itself and the case very closely, because that I think I've mentioned this to you before. That was really my if I had to pinpoint a red pill moment, it was that. I mean, it would definitely started in the Trump years, when I saw how I was super anti-Trump up until maybe 2017ish, where all of this woke stuff started really becoming a thing. And then I didn't start liking Trump anymore. I just saw the wokeness as a bigger threat to my well-being than Trump was, and lo and behold, who was right. And yeah, and Kenosha was just how the clearest example I could see of, like, not only, wait, well, is this happening? Like, oh no, like, they're like, this is happening. They're actively distorting facts to put out a specific narrative. So with you not having followed it so closely, I would just want to hear what you are aware of, and what you know about it, and what you think of things so far. What have you heard? What have you read? What did you know about the initial event? Like, where you stand with all this?
So initially, and this is kind of wild, I didn't know that Rittenhouse only shot white people. When the initial reporting came out, the media chose not to talk about it.
Yeah, that should have been your first clue. Obviously, if a white kid shot black people, that would be part of the headline.
Yeah. So one of the issues that came up with the discourse is that people were jumping to Kyle Rittenhouse was a white
White supremacy.
supremacist. Like, I still think he's a white supremacist, but I don't think that's relevant to this case at all. Uh, just based on the something that he said and the fact that he was an edgy 17-year-old, probably has some of those beliefs. He'll probably grow out of them. Not an issue. That's not relevant to the case. And I think this is an issue that I have with the way that we treat like prison. And I think this is the real leftist position. There's some stupid leftists who want Kyle Rittenhouse to be in prison for a long time. That's dumb. If you're on the left, you should try to be for instead of retributive justice, for comparative justice or for quality of justice, where instead of focusing on retribution, we should focus on rehabilitation of individuals, which is no death penalty, no life in prison. We focus on giving people the tools necessary to become functioning members of society. Even if Kyle Rittenhouse gets charged on his possession of a weapon, which he'll probably be charged for because the prosecutors probably want to get him on something, he should not be serving jail time. He needs court ordered therapy. He needs some sort of way to deal with this, because what a 17-year-old going into a very dangerous situation like what he was in is probably not something that we should expect from children. We should probably try to figure out if does he have some underlying issues, some behavioral issue, and try to help him there. I care about being as sympathetic as possible to even people that I don't like. I think that's the ethically right thing to do, and I'm very disgusted by a lot of people on the left who are refusing to do that. So I think that the initial discussion wanted to demonize Kyle Rittenhouse but he's a 17-year-old kid. Demonizing like that is, I think, very counterproductive. And I was very sad when the media did it, because I think I would probably understand a bit more if he was a little older. But for the fact that he's a child who probably does not have a developed prefrontal cortex, does not understand the full consequence
Yeah.
of his actions, I was, even in the beginning, very hesitant in the way that media framed things. And I didn't actually want to talk about it in totality because I wanted to wait for all the evidence to come out. because I think this is something that Destiny loves to talk about, that I agree with him on. Avoid staying with breaking news, because until you have all of the information, if any narrative that you do can end up discrediting your side. And I think that it's very important that whenever we're talking about a situation, we only do so after we have as much information as possible to come with a valid opinion. The media did not do that. The left-wing media did not do that. I'm very disgusted by them. And that's my take on it.
So, and I mean, obviously, I completely agree. Did you? I mean, the reason that it was such a red pill moment for me was mainly because of the backing up to the actual incident, is because the reason people were out that night and that week was in reaction to the death of Jacob Blake. Or do you remember those are connected?
Yes, I remember.
Yeah. So he, long story short, for anybody who doesn't remember or doesn't know, this guy Jacob Blake, who was, I believe I don't know if it was, let's just say it was an essay case. He had some type of essay related. I don't know if it was like full on RPay, but it was something along those lines. Then he was there was a domestic dispute with him and his girl, wife, whatever. And the cops arrived when he was taking about to kidnap the children, and he had a knife in hand, and it was the wife or girl who called the police. They came, he grabbed the knife, and then he got shot. And so it just got lumped into another case of the evil police hunting down black men, when
Mhm.
it was a clear case of justified shooting.
I agree.
And so when not only did you see that the media was portraying this in a way where they were sympathetic to Jacob Blake, but it was downplaying, or it was also hostile towards cops in general.
Mhm.
And that was enough to get people on both sides out in the streets burning down their towns, all in their cities all over the nation. And specifically that night in Kenosha, this event happened. And again, as you were saying, the way it was portrayed, it was just disgusting. And I think there is a little bit of again, I don't necessarily like the right and left distinctions anymore. I just don't feel like they're very accurate, but they're really all we have. And the reason I have found myself more in line with conservatives over the last 5-7 years is because you don't see as much of the obfuscation under the guise that it's for the greater good, or things like that. Justifying political violence, the whole punch a Nazi thing way back with Richard Spencer. All of this, the bike lock kid who was an ethics professor at Berkeley when I think that was 2017. The whole Antifa thing is we're anti-fascists, except we are super fascistic in the way that we operate. If you don't believe what we say, we'll kill you. Very anti-fascistic. And yeah, so all of that together was just like, okay, well, clearly that's the wrong side. And I again, look at the GOP and see really not anything that much different than what I see from the Democratic establishment. And I think what we saw in at least what I saw was a growing population of people who were rejecting the far left extremist narrative, and not and just that's it. And that in and of itself, just rejecting the one side, automatically got you put on the other side. And I came to understand that the two sides are not playing by the same rules. And I think this is a mistake that conservatives, especially now, but in the past, have always have always made, whether I had agreed with them at the time or not. what they want to accomplish is usually a comparative status quo to what the liberals want. They're more progressive, and instead of Tim Pool has a good a good I don't even know what to call it, not an analogy, but just a good thought experiment about, instead of the Republicans just being a speed bump for the progressive, the progressive shit. What's the word?
The progressive left, the movement.
The progressive movement. Let's put it that way. That while they're saying, while they're fighting for universal health care, instead of just fighting against that, why aren't you putting forth universal gun ownership, or something along those lines?
That sounds pretty cool.
Right? And I think
Bad idea,
that
but pretty cool.
I think it would be a great idea. I think you would have, far fewer gun accidents. I think you would have far fewer shootings. I think
We would have more. It sounds cool, but we probably have more. But it's like, if you care about freedom, then that doesn't matter. Because at least it'll be far more likely for people who probably shouldn't be having guns to play with guns. One of the issues that I have with conservatives and how they view guns is, I'm not saying that they believe this, but some of the attitude that they have with pro-gun, something like open carry, such a stupid thing to do. It is one of the dumbest things that you could do with a gun. Open carry is one of them.
Why?
Because then if two people are open carrying, any act of aggression, any disagreement can immediately escalate.
So that is exactly why it is a deterrent, because you are looking at a weapon that can escalate much faster than if two people are just talking and in the moment.
Because the issue is, if the moment one person shoots, everyone starts shooting.
But the point is, people won't start shooting to begin with. Obviously, there will be more overall if every single person had a gun. Just because there's going to be more gun violence. But as a cultural shift, just thinking of the obviously it's a thought experiment. It's not a real proposition. But the idea is that that's like saying that there will be more car accidents if anyone was allowed to get or if everybody who turned 16 got a license. And it's like, well, yeah, but
which is why it's a good idea to gatekeep it behind like concealed carry licenses. I want everyone to have the right to apply for them. I want to make sure that domestic abusers.
Well, but you understand that concealed carry is a much higher threshold than open carry. Because
exactly, which is why I would prefer banning open carrying and only allowing concealed carry.
Why?
Because without inhibiting a person's right, it reduces the externality of causing deaths.
How so?
Sure. One of the great benefits of concealed carry is that you go through firearm training, which makes it so that you're far less likely to mess up and accidentally shoot yourself, accidentally shoot someone else. You'd have more trigger discipline. I'd much rather have a situation where a person can prove their competence than not. Same reason for driving a car.
Okay, but
I think there should be no ban on I think there are some reasonable restrictions that you can place on ownership of guns. Don't be a criminal, don't be a domestic abuser, don't have a terrible criminal record like Jacob Blake. Don't be him. But the issue is that if we make it so that everyone can get a gun, the gun violence done by the people who want to stop from having guns will increase a lot. Unfortunately, it's just like a small percentage of gun owners that commit most of the gun crime.
Right. And so that's why I think that if in general more people were armed, most people, like you said, is a small percentage. So if those small percentage are not the only ones with guns, then and everybody else has guns. And again, I'm not seriously proposing that we have universal gun ownership. I'm just using it as a thought experiment. But I just think the point is that it would be more, those people would not have as much relative power over those who are unarmed. Because if everybody is armed, then one crazy person is going to be stopped by any number of normal people who has.
Can I give you a thought experiment?
Please.
You're in, let's say, a school or some sort of library, and you hear a couple of gunshots in the other room, and you see two people trying to shoot each other. How do you know who's the good guy and who's the bad guy?
Well, you don't go and you let them handle it.
So then, by
If
that
there's
definition,
if there's one active shooter, then it only takes one other person to handle that shooter.
so if the other person tries to shoot them, like, okay, then wait, this is the same issue with 911 calls. When someone says call 911, multiple people will try to call 911. They'll clog the airways. So if someone hears a shooting and they have a gun,
Actually, never mind. No, I was gonna
actually, the converse also happens true. No one calls 911. Both of those scenarios happen.
That's why I threw it away.
frequently.
It was stupid aside.
No. So likewise, we could have a situation where this is like one of the reasons why we need to be very careful with the use of force. Having guns around means that they're more likely to be used. And if they're used once and people view it as their obligation to use guns to reduce more gun violence, we may end up having externality where multiple people are shooting each other. And when the police officers come onto the scene investigating, they won't really know who the shooter is. I worry about
and
scenarios
I agree that is something that's built into that's just the nature of evil people and violence. That's just the nature of it. And so adding tools to that is going to change that, and that may be one of the externalities, as you put it. But
yeah, but in the world where conservatives say you give us universal gun care, in exchange we'll give you universal health care, I'll make that deal. If conservatives want one and I want the other, I'll make that deal. I'll do it.
It would be very interesting, not an experiment, but it would be very interesting to see how that played out. So I mean, getting back to the case, how much of the trial itself have you seen?
I've watched clips. I'm busy. I'm in the middle of midterms. I have not had time to watch that trial.
And so what is your if you had, based on what you've seen and what you've read, how would you say it is going? How would you say it's going for Kyle? How would you say it's going for the defense? How would you say it's going for the prosecution? What's the state of the case in your mind?
I think the prosecution, from what it appears, it seems that the prosecution is trying relentlessly to get him on the murder charges, the manslaughter charges, and the first-degree charges. And I think that all the evidence that they have done has come to a brick wall by the point that the more evidence that we get, the clearer and clearer it seems is that Rittenhouse shot in self-defense. So the first 4 charges are gone. The only one, and this is like undeniably true, is that he was underage and he had possession of a rifle.
Yeah, but in Illinois, you can have a long barrel at the age of 16. So that was we were talking about the vagaries in the law, and that is one of them.
So
but it has some.
But he's being tried in Wisconsin, right? So he broke Wisconsin.
Sorry, yeah, Wisconsin, yeah.
So Wisconsin,
not Illinois. He lives in Illinois. I meant Wisconsin.
So in Wisconsin, the only exception, if you're under the age of 18, you can have a rifle if you're hunting. And
it's not only. There's a couple other things in the law.
But none of them covered by the situation that happened. So he's probably going to get
arguable.
charged for that.
That's arguable. And I agree with you. I think that just because of the fact that everything else seems to be sliding away, they're probably going to charge him with that and hold that, just so, again, to quell the rioters who think that who are just reading the left-wing headlines and think that he's guilty and he's going to fry and that he should. That's you're right. But one of the I sent you 2 Actual Justice Warrior videos today. Did you happen to watch the first one?
I was able. I think I watched a little bit of the second one. I didn't have time to watch the first one.
So the first one was about Gage Grosskreutz, I believe his name is. That was the
guy who got shot in the arm, right?
Yeah, and so his testimony was, he was the state's star witness, and there, the whole thing boils down to him lying a bunch of times and then him answering the question. So the question from the prosecutor, which I'll get to right now, I'm throwing the case real quick. The question was, so it wasn't until you advanced on Rittenhouse with your gun that he shot you. And he's like, that's correct. It's like, okay, well, that's what we call self-defense. There was, because I don't know if you are aware that he is suing the city of Kenosha for $10 million for damages. And obviously he needs Kyle to be convicted in order for him to have a case, which I don't think he has anyway.
I don't think that's not necessary because the burden of proof for civil cases is a lot lower than for criminal cases, right?
Right, but
it's
I'm
like the
saying
issue with OJ.
right.
He was criminally acquitted, but
Right. But in this case, if you he needs Kyle to be guilty of shooting him in order to have
he doesn't need Kyle to be guilty. But if Kyle is found guilty, he automatically wins the civil
I mean,
case.
technically, he doesn't need him to be guilty. But if Kyle is found,
it helps a lot
to be have been acting in self-defense. Not to mention that by gross Gage, whatever his own testimony, he thought when he was right after after all the shooting and everything, or excuse me, right after the first shooting, the child peddler dude, Rosenbaum. He was where he was running, and that's where he got hit with the skateboard, and he shot that guy, and then he shot Gage Gross. Blah, 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 blah. You could see the Gage guy running after Kyle, and then he stops running and turns around, and then he turns back, he's running with Kyle, and he's like, oh, "Why'd you shoot? What happened? Did you just shoot somebody? Why'd you shoot somebody?" He's like, "I didn't mean to, or I'm going to the police. I didn't mean to, or I didn't do anything, or something along those lines." And dude testified that he thought that Kyle said, "I'm with the police. I didn't do anything." And then later testifies to drawing a gun on him while he is on the ground. So I think that, I don't think he had a case to begin with
honestly, he might be charged with attempted murder. I think it's more likely.
Yeah, he's the one who should be exactly. He's the one. He was the most egregious player in that whole little scuffle. You know, there was Rosenbaum, who was verbally assaulting. There was, but he didn't have a gun, even though he tried to take Kyle's gun, which is arguably,
that's attempted assault, or that's
attempted
okay.
So
right?
And and then the guy with the skateboard, which is still, again, I don't know how familiar you are with skateboards, but that could do some serious damage. And then there is Grosskreutz with the who actually aimed a pistol at who he thought at the time was working with the police. And so that all of this now points to me that the prosecution is trying to throw the case so that they can retry it in appeals. And that
would be very difficult for them to do because
but it's already
retrials are very rare. I think that would be a weirdly strange gamble because I'm not sure if this is 100% true, but isn't it more likely the judge will just dismiss the case than have it go for a retrial?
I have no idea, but given the state of the case, you're right. It is a big gamble, but they are in such a bad position that it seems like they don't want to have the not guilty verdict come out at all, and so they're trying to get mixing my words. I think they're trying to throw the case. I don't know how much. And then there is another aspect that makes it so risky, that it can be mistrial by prosecutorial misconduct or something, where he can't be retried and who would just go.
I'm going to push back on the framing that they want, that they're throwing the case, because I feel like, because one is, not only is that very illegal for prosecutors to do that, it would be like, at least
it was also illegal for him to ask why Kyle didn't speak up and tell his story before he was on the stand and in front of the jury, which is a clear violation of his Miranda rights. But the prosecutor did that too. So
prosecutors violate rights all the time.
Yes, that's my point.
I mean,
just because it's illegal,
it's an issue with the criminal justice system. Very bad, especially against men. But so one of the issues that I have with the idea that the prosecution wants to throw it is that, in all honesty, the fact that this trial has gotten nationwide attention is probably good for the prosecutors, because that attention is what drives a lot of prosecutors. They want that win. They want that victory. That's
right. But if they know that they're not going to get it because their star witness basically fought for the other team, then instead of being the prosecutors who let the not guilty verdict come out because they didn't do their job as the left would see it, then they can throw the case, get a mistrial, and then it's out of their hands.
I'm still really
In the
confused how
eyes,
they would reach the threshold for a mistrial.
I believe it already has, but I think
How so? You might need to educate me on this.
so that alone, this is the first the way the guy opens the when Kyle was on the stand, the way he opens the direct is asking a bunch of times, why did you, I think, like, why did you want to kill somebody, or why did you want to do this, and very just leading and like very obviously gross questions. You know what I mean by that?
Mm-hmm.
And like and so he asked like the same question, like, why did you want to kill, or why did you want to do that, in a bunch of ways. And then he's like, so why are you, and then that's when he brought up, so you haven't told your story before. You're talking, you've heard everything, the testimony that we've already heard, and now you're catering your story to what you've heard. And the judge flipped out, and he sent the jury out of the room, and he was like, I'm ready to call it a mistrial. I believe the defense filed a motion. And again, for political reasons, I believe that the judge is going to let the case play out and give it to the jury. And if they come back and convict him, then he is going to do something I just learned called a directed verdict, where because the case is so strong that he can supersede the jury's decision and be like, nah, we're not convicting him on this. So
I think that would be far more likely than the possibility of a mistrial.
well, yes, and I agree with you. But and that's why I say I don't know to what extent they're trying to throw it. But they are definitely not trying their hardest. They're trying to leave holes in the case so that because if they are seen to I'm trying to frame this properly. If they are seen to be doing not if they're seen to, so the fact is that most people aren't watching the case and how bad they're doing. So they're assuming, rather, they're not seeing that the prosecution is actually just doing a really bad job, and that the case is just very clear cut. There is no case there. And even on top of that, the prosecutors aren't doing good with what little they do have. But again, the public's not seeing that. So, and again, the media is framing this that it's ooh, it's contentious. We don't know. Kyle was there was something about a question of Rosenbaum never touched your body, but you killed him. And well, it's like, yeah, but he grabbed my gun, but he never touched your body. And that became a headline. Kyle admits he never killed Rosenbaum, who never touched it, or something like that. You know what I mean? And they quote mined the tactics to make it look a certain way. And so the especially the left, the public has an idea of what is going on, even though they're not watching the trial. And so with all of that, if it comes back that he is not guilty, then there is going to be all this crazy rioting. If there is a mistrial, then people, that's not as clear cut as oh, they let this killer off. It drags it out, and it makes it more there's more procedure, and so people will just be waiting, and the longer it goes, the less people will care, and so on and so forth. And so it's again, that this is a perfect example of, you could look at the numbers and see that mistrials and appeals and all of these things have a this, that, and the other. But when it comes to this specific case, it makes sense for them to be looking out for themselves and not just in terms of their success as a prosecutor, in terms of their own personal safety. There was somebody seen filming the jury as they were walking into the courtroom or the courthouse, and again, I think that might be part of something to do with jury intimidation or something with the defense's motion for mistrial. But it wasn't just that one thing. There was a number of things. And
So correct me if I'm wrong, but it's usually the defense that asks more often to have the trial labeled as a mistrial. But since the defense seems to be winning, the burden of proof for the prosecutor to ask for the retrial is probably going to be a lot higher.
Well, no. What the defense is asking for is a mistrial on prosecutorial misconduct, and so it's not just that this trial is bad, so we got to do another one. But this trial was done in such a way that now Kyle cannot get a fair trial, and so he cannot be brought up on these charges. And that I don't. That's not what I'm saying that the prosecution is trying to do. But I think in trying to muddy the waters, they overstepped. And so I think Jack Murphy was saying that, no offense to Kenosha, but if you're just a prosecutor in Kenosha, you're probably not some big time Manhattan lawyer. You're probably just some guy.
Something that I find ironic is that there's some people who legitimately believe that there's some sort of conspiracy. This is people on the left who believe that there's some sort of conspiracy that the prosecutors are throwing the case on purpose because they're on the side of Rittenhouse. I have no doubt that it's like, man, the amount of conspiracies of everything. Honestly, I feel like that might be more true than some of the other conspiracies that I've heard.
I mean, it's
how bad they're doing.
It's definitely, I mean, and that's really what it makes you wonder, because they are doing so bad that it's just like, how did you not know that your star witness was not only going to lie on the stand, but make the defense's case? And then the other prosecutor seeing, I'm sure you've seen the picture with his head down on the thing like that. That's gone viral because it's such a, as a prosecutor, you should have the emotional discipline to not do that when even if you know that your case is going down in flames. You don't want to show that to the jury.
I don't know. This trial has been very strange. I don't think we have many disagreements on this, though. I did want to pick your brain on something.
Yeah,
I think you agree that it's very irresponsible to create politically charged narratives for information or for situations where we don't have all the information, right?
Yes.
So would you also agree that the right has freaked out over Alec Baldwin and the shooting that happened on the set of Rust in a very similar way to what happened with Kyle Rittenhouse?
Freaked out in what way?
Such as one of the narratives that I've been hearing, and I think, correct me if you're wrong, you have some sympathy for this narrative, that Alec Baldwin violated gun safety on the set because he's a liberal who does not know how guns work and he doesn't respect them, and he was playing around with them, which caused a director to get shot.
I have not heard that from anybody.
Really?
I've heard that people coming down very hard on Baldwin because he has been on active action movie sets with guns and the protocol for years. Tim Pool, my main guy, he has got a very out there position on this, but it's hard to argue, and I'm not at the place where I can say I agree, but I definitely can't refute it. And and again, he's more in line with me. I think he's probably a little bit more to the right than I am, but I'm sure there's issues where we would go back and forth. I think we're both more on the ambivalent right, which used to be the ambivalent left. And he was saying that, Occam's razor, making the least amount of assumptions possible, usually gets you the right answer. And he's saying for it to even have been an accident requires us to assume that the armor made a mistake, that the second person who handed Baldwin the gun made a mistake and didn't check it. Then Baldwin didn't check it, and then accidentally it accidentally went off, and that is very a lot of assumptions to make. And so his point is, we don't know what happened. A lot of the accident and the sympathy from both sides of the aisle. Again, this left right thing. A lot of the sympathy came from the initial reporting that it was like shrapnel from a blank, and it was an in scene. While they were shooting a scene. And now we have I don't remember exactly who it was, but somebody gave a sworn statement that they were not shooting a scene, and that to again just using the least number of assumptions possible. What we know is that Alec Baldwin has extensive firearms training, at least in the context of a movie set. We know that there was two NDs. What does that stand for?
NDAs, non-disclosure agreements.
No. Negligible discharge, I think.
Oh yeah. Situations
there was two negligible NDs on the set of Rust before this incident. And there was a lot of people who walked offset because they
of labor violations.
Yeah. So the least amount of assumptions, that's all stuff that we know. So now that we know all of that stuff, what we know is that Alec Baldwin, who knows guns, and took a loaded gun, pointed at someone. It was a revolver, so he had to not only pull the trigger, but pull back the hammer and pull the trigger while pointing it at someone. And just taking it there, that's manslaughter. And
whoa,
I think
that's like,
yeah. And
that's
so
a big jump.
What surprised me about what you said is, and I'm sure there are plenty of people who are, trying to make it, a liberal, a right-left thing, but I've seen predominantly from the right. I've seen people coming down very hard on Baldwin because they are the ones who are so anal about gun safety and regulation, or not regulation, but just the basic gun safety and firearm etiquette. And it may, when something like this happens, it makes guns look more dangerous. And so that from what I've seen, conservatives and Republicans are very upset with Baldwin, but not because what was the claim that he was just a liberal who doesn't know guns, so he's playing around with them.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that narrative is out there.
That I've heard.
And yeah, so I don't know. So again, the saying that Alec Baldwin is guilty of manslaughter is not the same thing as saying he purposely tried to murder a woman. That's not the same thing. However, again, with the way the law works, and we'll have to see as the investigation plays out. This is pure speculation, but with what we know, the least amount of assumptions to be made brings you to the conclusion that this was not an accident.
Okay, by not accident, I feel like that's a very strange statement because it could be.
Could be.
Do you grow up negligence as in accident?
No.
So you view like negligence as like involuntary manslaughter.
Yeah.
So you don't count negligence as that.
Not
because
with a gun.
I could see it this way, right? Like the 4 basic rules of gun safety. Treat every gun like it's loaded.
Never point at somebody. Never put your finger on the trigger.
Keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. Only destroy something. Only point at something you want to destroy.
Yeah.
And always be aware of what's beyond your target. So those are the 4 rules of gun safety. All of them are violated in a movie set. They have to use advanced gun safety training, which is what you alluded to. Alec Baldwin has to be trained in that. Consequently, I think this would have to be based on legal structure. It's a matter of liability. If there's a job of one individual to make sure that the guns are not loaded, or they're properly loaded, or they have blanks, or that they don't have any rounds in them, let's say it's the armorer, if they have a complete liability, it could be the policy that after they clear a gun and give it to an actor, the actor is not allowed to clear it themselves.
I don't believe that's the case. I believe there is 3 checks. There's the armorer who, and I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty certain based on the way it's been talked about on different platforms, that there is the armorer who will, at least on this side, who loaded the gun. Then they hand it over to somebody else who does a check. Then they hand it to Baldwin, who is supposed to do his own check. I don't know if that is exactly the protocol. I believe that is to be the case. But either way, the fact that it wasn't while they were shooting a scene, that takes away.
They were rehearsing, right?
I don't know. All I know is that the statement was that they were not in the process of shooting a scene. And either way, you shouldn't be pointing a gun at somebody when you're, and if you're rehearsing, use your fingers if you're gonna, rehearse the scene, or at least go through the proper protocols to have the armor. And so another piece of the puzzle is the fact that it was a live round and not actually a blank. And I am so ignorant when it comes to guns that I only realized how ignorant I was on guns recently. I used to be pretty strongly against guns and thought they were stupid and why would you need one and why would you want one and I'm not some.
I mean, guns are stupid, but they're also really fun.
I mean,
have you fired a gun before?
No, I never have.
Okay, so I guess it's like a weird juxtaposition. The
Right?
lefty here. I love guns. I've taken my friends before to gun ranges before, teaching them how to use guns. So I would say that I'm not the most familiar, but I feel like I'm a little bit above like novice knowledge about guns. So the reason why I say this is because it seems that there's not I'm getting mixed messages based on what the protocol is for liability, because there are certain sets where the actors are not allowed to open the chamber of the gun on whether or not it's loaded or not. They're told, this is clear, you do not touch it, you do not fiddle with it, you don't do anything that could possibly make things go wrong, because they don't have any of the liability.
Well, I don't know how much that comes into play with Baldwin also being a producer.
Yeah, so that's the area. So what I could see most likely happening is that because there were negative discharges before, it seems that Baldwin could be held liable as a producer for failing to adhere to regulations, but that ends up following as like a lawsuit and a settlement with a fine. It's unlikely that he might be serving jail time because while he is a producer, he's not the biggest producer on set.
Right.
If he has evidence that he got outvoted on gun safety issues, he could be completely unliable. There are ways that Baldwin can walk away with no liability and no legal liability.
Well, I mean, I highly doubt he's going to be behind bars, even if he did purposely kill this person. And part of the conversation from last night's Timcast, which I was listening to this morning, was the fact that again, just kind of, and this was Tim just kind of, I guess, feeding his point that at this point in time, with the information we do have, and more importantly, information we don't have, the most logical thing is to stop at is not to attribute motive one way or the other, to say it was malicious or to say it was an accident. All we know is that it happened. And then you bring into the NDs, the people walking off for regulations. Then you go back and look at just how Baldwin has been as a person, and he's a known hothead. He, I think it was just a couple of weeks ago, he was on TMZ for pushing some paparazzi or something. There like maybe 10 years ago. Do you think
that factor, Baldwin's personality, should be removed from any type of analysis? The same way that Kyle Rittenhouse's past political statements and tweets should have been removed from his trial, in a sense, to be more objective in their understanding?
No, because we can see if we can see the series of events, then it doesn't matter what he believed or he didn't, because we can see the direct cause of his actions. And then especially with all the other information, then it's not relevant. So even if
I would argue neither of them are relevant. Rittenhouse past and Baldwin's personality are neither relevant.
Well, I disagree, because in the case of Rittenhouse, again, whether he was I mean, only I guess I don't know. I don't know about what white supremacist things was found on Kyle's social media. I mean, again, because it's not relevant. But and it takes that out of the equation because we know there is a more imminent reason for him to have fired his gun, and it was because he had a gun pointed at him. We have him, around other protesters that were not firing at him and were not trying to engage with him, and he didn't shoot any of them. So it wouldn't make sense that he's would shoot or not one, but talking about Rosenbaum, it doesn't make sense that he would just shoot some guy when he was out there seen to be cleaning up graffiti and being a medic and putting out fires and doing all these things.
And likewise, it seems unlikely that Alec Baldwin, a person who has millions of dollars at stake, is producing a movie, would be careless enough to wave a gun around and treat it like a toy when he's been trained historically not to do
well,
that.
right, but again, that's making another assumption that is what happened.
Oh, okay. Even like the rehearsal. So once again, it's like the motive of Alec Baldwin.
That's another assumption. You're assuming that it's a rehearsal. We don't know that. We just don't have that information.
But we do have that information. This is this has been well reported. This is a Reuters article that I've seen. At the time of the shooting, they were rehearsing a scene. The camera was not rolling, but they were rehearsing. I mean, he was practicing lines. I've been on movie sets before, so this is like personal experience, not data driven. But generally, actors like try to stand in the same position where they are, and they're trying to recreate the roles. I have no doubt that he was pointing the gun in the same way that he would be pointing in the scene.
At the director?
At the camera.
There was a scene. That was part of. I'm pretty sure that was part of the statement too. That the gun, the scene that they were shooting was not an instance of him pointing it at the gun or pointing it at the camera. And even when you do point it at the camera, you don't have you wouldn't be standing directly in the line of fire, even with a blank.
Sometimes they do. They have like special protocols, but that happens a lot. There are so many shots where you have through the barrel of the gun. That's a common shot that's done in a lot of movies.
Yeah, but not with not with actual blanks.
Exactly.
If you're going to do a shot like that, you're just going to film the gun, and that would be done in post. You wouldn't fire a blank directly into the camera to get that shot. And when you have somebody that would be like,
and this gun was not supposed to have any rounds in at all. Which is, he was told. So this is some information. I don't know how accurate it is. He was told that this gun has no rounds in it, and then handed by a guy. And then he was told to check it. The guy is alleging he didn't check it. He might be saying that to remove his own liability in a criminal suit. So take it with a grain of salt. But it seems that in the world where Alec Baldwin reasonably believes, ethically or not, that the gun is unloaded, him rehearsing the scene, which is where he's supposed to be firing it at the camera, him to reportray that, it would seem like a very reasonable thing for him to completely react the scene if he assumed that it was safe. It could just be negligence on his part, which maybe he wasn't supposed to do that. But it seems like regardless, those actions, there's so many confounding variables that would explain why he was doing something, very reasonable reasons for why he would be doing something, that by no means take index of his past or anti-gun statements, anti-Trump statements, anti-whatever statements. In the same way that Kyle Rittenhouse firing for self-defense is something that's morally neutral without indexing his.
So then let me parse it a little bit differently. And if it was just like anti-gun tweets and anti-Trump rhetoric and stuff like that, then I don't think it would be relevant at all. But the fact that he has been known to be reactive is definitely relevant. And
is it, at what point was he emotional before firing the gun? There's no evidence that says he was in an argument with someone. He was hot-headed.
He had a meeting with the I don't know, somebody on it might have been the person who died. I don't know, but he had a meeting either the night before or a couple of nights before that to talk about the crew walking off. And so again, this is going off into assumptions. But if we start with the core fact that Alec Baldwin pointed a loaded gun at somebody and pulled back the hammer and pulled the trigger, then now again, let me put a disclaimer, and it is most likely going to be a situation where a whole bunch of weird things happened and it was some sort of accident. But the point is, at this point, We don't have that information, and so we shouldn't be making assumptions either way. And so just dealing with what we have, then his past behavior becomes relevant to how he would react on.
So I feel like this is a contradiction. You say that we shouldn't be making assumptions, but now you're making an assumption based off of past behavior. I feel like that's contradictory. Which one is it? Do we make assumptions or do we index his past behavior to explain the situation?
Right. No, I'm saying we shouldn't, to come to a conclusion. We shouldn't make. We should make the least number. I didn't say we shouldn't make any. Occam's razor is you make the least number of assumptions necessary to come to a conclusion. That's most likely the conclusion. But I'm saying I am speculating past that point. So once we take out the factor or the assumption that it was an accident, and we're just left with the facts, now we can then take our that we can speculate from that point. Does that make sense?
But then we have to, like, the assumptions that we would need to make that it's not an accident is those are quite a few assumptions, right? Because there are an infinite number of ways where how this could have been an accident. There were two guns that were labeled; they got mixed up. One person ended up writing the same label for both a live gun and a non-live gun.
Okay, but even in that, even a mislabel still requires 3 people to not realize that the gun is loaded with a live round.
Assuming that 3 people check the gun, right? If 3 people are required to check the gun, so we're making that assumption as well.
I know, and again, I'm only making I'm making the assumption because I've heard every report talk about the armor, who was some 26-year-old girl, and somebody else. So handing the gun to Baldwin, and Baldwin saying that guy, that was a guy, told him it was a cold gun, or that it was cold, or whatever the terminology. So I'm making the assumption based on the reports that I've heard and read, but I don't think that it is assumed that there was a third person. I think that it was confirmed that there was 3 people. I just haven't personally confirmed that.
All right. So I think this is a broader issue, right? I think that we would agree that we need to make the fewest assumptions possible, but we would need to make, I think, an equal number of assumptions, whether it was an accident or not. Right? I think you feel like there would have an equal number of assumptions.
No, because the only that's where I think we're getting hung up, because only once we start to attribute motive. And so again, if we're not attributing motive one way or the other, we have somebody who is trained in firearms, who picked up a loaded weapon, cocked it, and shot a woman. Those are the facts. The fact that it was, it's not a fact that it was an accident. It was not a fact that it was malicious. So we're just taking the facts that we have them and then speculating from there, not taking in an assumption and speculating based on the assumption. Does that make sense?
All right, fair enough. But in that case, like, because the statement that, oh, Alec Baldwin is a hothead and he has a history of being careless or whatever, that is describing motive, a motive of negligence.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So once we can establish that point of where we're starting, then we can speculate. But we are speculating from the point of having the least amount of assumptions to begin.
Yeah. So the reason why I draw a parallel to the Kyle Rittenhouse statement is that there are people who are assuming that Kyle Rittenhouse acted in self-defense. That the assumption was, the motive was he shot in self-defense, and they said he shot because he's a violent radical. They both are equal assumptions. They both are singular assumptions. One happened to be true and the other one didn't. I feel like the statement of making assumptions, especially about motives, risks reigniting the culture war, where the parallel of Alec Baldwin and Rust is very similar to Kyle Rittenhouse and Kenosha.
No, I definitely agree with you. But that is, I guess, precisely what I'm saying with these this line of thinking. It's trying to not politicize it, and it's trying to get to the core of what it is. And again, I think based on just how the world works in general, I would assume that it was an accident, and there was a bunch of things that I mean, somebody wins the lottery every time they play. I don't know how
one person
pay
wins
out
at least.
One, that's what I mean. Every time somebody wins the lottery, somebody is winning the lottery. So it does happen. Those numbers did come up. but but it's just in terms of again bringing the motives into it. I think I think the aspect of bringing his past into it to talk about his motive is not a
I
parallel,
think
but it's a
I think
branch
that's
off of the initial conversation.
I think it's just as careless and reckless of an assumption as it was saying that Kyle
It's a
Rittenhouse shot these people because he was a white supremacist.
well, no, but again, uh,
I think they both are equally fallacious, and I think
wait, but saying
I
what
both of
about
those statements
saying
are
what?
equally harmful.
Which statement about Baldwin?
The
That
statement
he
that because Alec Baldwin was a hothead, he was careless. That caused the situation to happen. I think that's equally fallacious as saying
right,
because Kyle Rittenhouse was a
right,
white supremacist, that's the reason for the situation to happen.
right. So I'm saying that's what I'm saying. So it's in an attempt not to make fallacious assumptions to begin with. It's from starting with just the facts, and then just as a matter of discussion, we can discuss and speculate.
Yeah.
As the case plays out, but the point from which we're starting is I think as I'm saying it out loud, that seems to be to make sense as what Tim was saying, is that if we're going to speculate about this, we should start our speculation from the point of least assumptions made, and then from there, the speculation is that we are saying a speculation. Is more likely to be accurate because we're starting from a place that doesn't have any assumptions.
See, I think what we're doing, at least, are the number of assumptions that we're making is responsible. At least we're saying we don't have the full information, unlike the media, which is not doing that.
And so
both left and right.
Yeah, definitely. And so given that we both don't, well, nobody has the all the information. We have a little bit of time left, and we wanted to bring up, or you wanted to bring up the Dave Portnoy situation.
Portnoy situation. Oh my god.
So
I like a quick
yeah,
refresher for everyone.
yeah.
Business Insider 8 months ago started doing an expose trying to track down individuals who had sexual relationships with Dave Portnoy in a way to. Oh, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All
Just
right.
keep talking. I'll be there. Give me a second.
Right. So one of the issues that happened was that they went through an expose of his sex life, and they tried to find individuals who had negative sexual experiences with him. Not negative as in, well, I mean, they don't outright say it, but they alluded to that he was violating the rules of consent in a way like SA. And they tried to make huge smoke about this article that Dave Portnoy is some sort of sex pest who was like preying on all barely legal women. And it ended up happening that a lot of the smoke done by the article was unsubstantiated. A lot of it was speculative. And even to the point where Dave Portnoy could debunk 99% of the claims. And the 1% that he couldn't is just like negatives that no one could debunk or support. It seemed like this article was a major malpractice of journalistic integrity. And it seems like an unreasonable hit piece that makes absolutely no sense. This article was words cannot describe how stupid this article was.
Yeah. And I definitely have, I it's not like I read Business Insider regularly, but I had always, I had always seen them as a highly reputable source. And one article, doesn't make for the whole the whole
That's true.
organization to be bunk. But it did go through their editor, and it is on their on their platform. And so, what do you think that? I mean, do you have any idea why this came about with Portnoy specifically, or?
I guess it's now my turn to go into conspiracy theory. My
Please.
turn. I think that the mainstream media views a lot of new media like Dave Portnoy and Barstool Sports as competition. So this type of hit piece as a way to like prevent him from gaining revenue or raising money would keep them business relevant. Again, this is conspiracy. I don't know how
Mhm.
substantiated this
No, it makes
is.
sense,
It's
though.
just a feeling. Facts are not feelings. Unless I have data, it's not really real. But it's the appearance that happens here. And I think that it might just be the case because, which also is very strange to me because Dave Portnoy is not a good dude. Like his company is built off of stealing social media clips and like stealing intellectual property and copyrighted protection information. Like he's
I
his
thought they were more
articles
of a.
aren't well written for Barstool Sports. Like Barstool Sports is such a garbage publication. Just simply talking about their business model and business practices would be enough to disincentivize investors from investing in it. Yet they chose to do a hit piece over Portnoy himself rather than how he conducts his business, which would have been a much more potent argument and a much more potent hit piece because Dave Portnoy is
But
kind
nobody
of
would
a
have read
sleazy
it.
businessman. Yeah, that's unfortunately the truth. Um, Business Insider wanted to create a lot of negativity around him. Portnoy will probably try to sue them
Oh,
for
he's definitely
libel.
gonna.
He's not going to get anywhere.
He said
It's
in.
incredibly impossible. It's almost impossible to prove
Yeah.
libel or slander in the U.S.
Yeah.
Thankfully,
So and they were pretty careful by not even accusing him of anything. Just like, hey, look at
very
this
vague.
dirty laundry. Like we don't really have any conclusion. It's just like, hey, look. But yeah, he put a I didn't see the you sent me the article. I read the article. And then I didn't see his initial response. I saw he put a piece of it in that hour long
I saw both of
emergency
them.
broadcast. And yeah, he ends it by saying, "This isn't about the money. It's about standing up to them face to face and having them in court and on record saying that they what they did and putting this out there and putting it as a matter of law." And because he is somebody who can fight this cancel culture type shit. The people who have money can do that, whereas the average Joe who just doesn't who just has the wrong opinion for their district, and their kids are kicked out of school, or something like that, they lose their job, or something like that, they don't they don't have the resources to fight back like somebody like Dave Portnoy. And so I'm very happy that he is filing a lawsuit, and he is going to he even like he talked about, he's like, this is virtually impossible, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's not about the money, and we need more of that. I think
We have a hilarious disagreement here because I'm not upset that that they attempted to cancel Dave Portnoy. I'm upset that they failed so miserably.
So let's we often get caught up on semantics. So when you say that you're not mad that they tried to cancel Portnoy, first let's define cancel. What do you mean by cancel?
Sure. So I'm thinking about canceling their intent of like trying to ruin his reputation or make it so that no one would do business with him. I would view that as cancellation in this context.
Okay, and so you're okay with that being done under what circumstances?
Sure. If a person is genuinely harmful, like in their business practices, then I think it's very fair to point out the issues without critique them in a way that makes it so that they can't continue doing that. So, for example, like if a company is dumping toxic chemicals in a foreign country, shaming them, talking about all the horrible things they do to drop their stock price, to get the company canceled, for them to lose sponsors, all of those harms that there to try to hold them accountable, I think that's good cancel culture.
So I would argue that is a mischaracterization of what most people are talking about when they talk about being canceled, the cancel culture, the woke mob, all of that. When in my when I the way I see it, being canceled is a step beyond a level of justice that is not what's the fucking word I'm looking for? It's not equal justice. It's pointing out if somebody is doing some polluting in polluting whatever, and you point that out, then that doesn't stop the company from being able to run. It just puts a spotlight on what they're doing to have them stop.
Well, I would
Now
like material
that
harms to be associated with that.
Well, right, but I think the implication of being canceled comes with the connotation that the reaction was bigger than the offense, and
Right.
not in
So
all
the
cases.
punishment was greater than the offense.
Right.
It was
And not in all
disproportionate.
cases. Definitely, like we have our Harvey Weinsteins and our Cosbys, and they're definitely canceled. But if you think about it, that was really before cancel culture and people just regular people just being canceled was for saying the wrong thing, for doing that. So I don't see, like taking down a Harvey Weinstein or a Bill Cosby in the same vein as quote unquote cancel culture. I think the cancel culture has to do with that imbalance between offense and punishment, and it is often among political lines. And so,
So I feel like that's more of an issue with the idea of vengeance as is
yeah,
instead of retribution instead of
yeah,
rehabilitation. Because I'm
right.
pro rehabilitation. I think cancel culture is very useful in preventing people from doing atrocities or to prevent future atrocities. So, for example, if
So, how do you draw the line between a good cancellation and a bad cancellation? Because in
I guess
my
net
world, that would
benefits.
be that.
Uh,
Well, but I mean, in practical terms, because in my world, a good cancellation is not being canceled. I think being canceled implies that there's fuckery afoot.
right. I think a good example of a cancellation is that uh, any negative social costs incurred by an individual, a corporation, an action is internalized to them. So, for example, the Enron scandal back in the early 2000s, where there was a company engaging in fraud, and when whistleblowers pointed that out, the entire company collapsed. And all the people who worked there, people who tried to cover it up, their entire reputations were ruined as a method to make sure that such a system doesn't happen again. Unfortunately, it still happened again.
Yeah.
But
But so I would put that in a different category because again, that I wouldn't put that in cancel culture. That just seems to be more along the lines of just general cause and effect, the way that we've always had it. I
So can I
think,
give you a scenario?
yeah,
Let's say that there is a person, they just started their first new job. They're like a software engineer or whatever. And then they tweet, all lives matter. And then they get fired. I think you would agree that that's an unjust cancellation.
yeah.
Uh,
And I would say that is a cancellation, whereas Enron that's not cancel culture.
right. So
That's how I'm.
would you still consider it a cancellation if that person was passed over for a promotion because of that statement made? Is that also
Um,
cancellation?
yeah, definitely.
All right. So now, let's say, do you remember the Gina Carano incident,
Hmm.
the Disney actress? Do you believe that
I
she
know her.
was
I mean,
fairly?
I know her as an MMA fighter, but yeah.
I do too. Uh, regarding her like anti-Semitic tweets, do you believe that her cancellation was justified or unjustified?
No, absolutely not. She didn't say anything anti-Semitic. What did she
I
say
mean,
was
the retweeting of
anti-Semitic?
anti-Semitic cartoons. If you're Disney, do you believe that Disney has
Okay,
a right to
what is
fire
the
people
what?
who are ruining their
What?
image?
Hold on. She didn't retweet a cartoon. She posted an image of I think it was just kids running. I don't even think it was something specific to anything. But she posted an image and she just said that that I don't remember the exact wording, but the Holocaust didn't just start overnight. It started with people turning on their neighbors, and that's it. That's not anti-Semitic. That's just a statement of fact. And so because that is a just a pure statement of fact, and without any context you wouldn't have any reason to be upset about that. But because we know that it is in response to the Rona stuff, that it fell on political lines, and so because it didn't match the narrative that Disney is supposed to have, then I mean, talk about anti-Semitic. Um, that was their reasoning, and so it was not justified because she was not making anti-Semitic remarks. She was simply making a comparison about the state of two different societies, and I think it was accurate.
So one of the most egregious things that she tweeted was a picture of a couple of old businessmen in front of a monopoly board with the statements,
Here,
all we have to do is stand up and their little game is over.
send it to me. I'll share the screen.
All right.
Just send it to me on Discord. Because I don't know that I'm too familiar with anything that she said beyond the actual post.
The issue is that she had made multiple such tweets, and Disney asked her multiple times to stop making these types of tweets, and then they proceeded with firing her.
I didn't know that they had said anything about that. I didn't know that.
It's I think depending on where you heard that, some people talked about it or didn't.
I'm gonna guess.
This was one of the, I just sent it to you, one of the tweets that came out. It was since deleted, so if that's not a bad scene, then that one definitely is.
All right. Let's do this. Nope. Okay. All right. So
yeah, this one. So these types of tweets are common anti-Semitic tropes and common anti-Semitic dog whistles.
So I mean, is this what I mean? Again, I'm not too familiar, but this doesn't seem like anti-Semitic. That seems like an an anti-elitist post to me.
So one of the issues with a lot of dog whistles is that there's some level of culpability, some level of deniability, but often these types of images, like this one, they are used by anti-Semites as a proxy to replace like the wealthy white man with the big nose with the Jew, and it's a
okay,
common.
But where's and I accept that is a phenomenon, but you would have to show that especially given the tweet or the post, whatever it was that she got fired for, that wasn't anything specifically.
No, this was one of the posts before. So the issue is not that she just posted one thing offhand. She had a history of posting things that were offhand that Disney did not like. So they fired her.
Right. So what I'm saying though is that I would need to see a lot more direct context to believe that she was doing this in an anti-Semitic way and not just anti-establishment.
Okay. What more would you like to see? Like what's
something overtly anti-Semitic.
So what passes the threshold for anti-Semitic?
I mean, I don't know. Like, what do you got? I mean, I'm certainly not. I mean, I fucking love what Gina's done for MMA, but I'm no. It's not a hill I'm looking to die on to defend her, especially if she is an anti-Semite. But I was
very sad when I saw her tweets. I had great respect for her, and I was very sad when I saw some of her tweets.
I would think that the level of success that she was having in this post career. I don't know what she had been doing since she was fighting, but she certainly wasn't on Disney. And I just think that, again, without I've only seen those two posts as of right now, and so whatever you're sending me would have to be something more egregious than those two things, and be directly all right, at least insinuating a racial or ethnic something to it.
All right. So I think given the fact that it is going to be much more difficult to prove that, given that a lot of these dog whistles are intended to not be, would you at least agree that Disney, being uncomfortable with a certain narrative of tweets that she had, was upset with the way that she handled herself publicly and fired her to not reflect poorly on Disney? Would you view that as cancellation, or would you view that as a corporation?
No, I would view that as cancellation. Because the fact of the matter is, if it's even if you want to call it dog whistling, I feel like that's a gaslighting tactic. I don't really think that dog whistling is a really palpable thing. I think there are people who engage in it, but I don't think that it's something that people even know how to do well. I don't think that
No,
people are
people know
smart
how to do
enough.
that. Have you ever heard the term cultural Marxist? You might have
Yeah,
heard if you ever heard Jordan Peterson talk about it.
yeah.
Yeah, that cultural Marxist is a anti-Semitic dog whistle referring to cultural Bolshevism. It was a conspiracy theory invented by the Nazis that the Jews invaded academia and media and art during the Weimar Republic and were controlling narratives, and was actually used as a justification. And even to this day, many anti-Semites, yeah, actually even the Bureau of the SPLC has pointed this out multiple times, that anti-Semites use cultural Bolshevism and cultural Marxism as a tie-in for uh, Judaism. So that becomes
That
that's a
sounds like
common
a
tactic.
that sounds like a giant leap to assume that the average person knows these kinds of things, and not only knows them but understands them well enough to put them in a subliminal message like that. I don't give people that much credit.
So
I
one of
don't
the
think
reasons
people
why that's actually one of the reasons why dog whistles are so powerful is because they
they're not.
inculcate an area of vague deniability such that you can say like,
I
I'm not
agree
against
that
Jews, I just don't like these groups of people that I associate with the Jews. So that removal makes it a lot easier for you to deny anti-Semitism, which is actually a tactic for
okay,
many
if you
anti-Semites.
right, if you are engaging in it, then it gives you the plausible deniability. But I think the accusation that you are dog whistling is a gaslighting tactic. I reject the notion that people are good enough linguistically to dog whistle anything.
No,
Uh,
people are amazing intuitively linguistically. Dog whistling is a social phenomenon, but people do it intuitively all the time.
so what's the biggest case of dog whistling? The most obvious one that you've seen?
Oh, sure. I think the great despair, calling a group of people urban as a tie-in for African Americans, saying urban crime is very high. The urban is bad. They want to destroy the suburbs. Those types of dog whistles are very common. Like, I think that's one of the biggest ones. Uh,
Well, but I mean that again, people use urban because it's not politically correct to talk about black people as a group unless you're talking about how
so
oppressed they are, and so
no, but
the
that's the thing. Dog whistling is the political correct version of racism.
but again, so this is what I'm saying. I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying is because it is the politically correct version, it is not politically incorrect. And so you have to ascribe motive to what's being said
All right,
in order
so
for and so I just don't I think that if you look for racism, sexism, thisism, whatever, everywhere, you're going to be able to find it. You can twist anything to make it. You can take that picture and make it look like you are dog whistling against old white men or
do you believe
all.
that do you believe that it's reasonable to ascribe motive to when a person is warned by their employer that these types of behavior that you're doing is not okay? We would ask that you please don't do it, and then be explained that this is viewed as dog whistling, and then continuing to dog whistle.
Because
It would
but
seem
hold on. Because you're again making the assumption that they are dog whistling. If it's I am saying certain things, and then my employer comes to me and says, "Hey, this kind of it looks bad. We don't want you saying these kinds of things." I am of the belief that if I tell you that that's not what I meant this, and I can explain my thought, that is good enough. And if you don't believe me, then you don't have to believe me. But I don't think it's a widespread phenomenon that people are intentionally being bigoted and doing
see.
that in such a way that is so subliminal.
Have you ever said something that was accidentally sexist and people were upset at you for saying that it sounded sexist? People got upset with you. Uh,
Welcome to my life.
Yeah. Did you ever realize, okay, then maybe how I could say behave the wrong way, I'd rephrase my
Nope.
words to be taken
No.
better? Never.
No. Because well, not never, but that's not the that's not the immediate thing. And for a long time, it was, and it caused me so much uh, anguish because I would say these things so very clearly and explicitly. And then I would get these attacks that I'm saying this, which I didn't say, and that, which I didn't say. I said, that's not what I said. I don't care if you thought that that's what I said. I said this, I meant this, and I can, go further into what I actually did mean. And whatever you thought I meant, that's your problem. Now, again, the are there people who engage in dog whistling? Yes, I'm not saying it does not exist, but I'm saying I think it is more common that an innocuous statement is taken to be dog whistling when it's not, than people are dog whistling to be bigoted.
All right, so we'll try a different angle. So if I said something that constantly made you very uncomfortable, maybe I insulted you in a way that you did not like, it was an insecurity of yours, I made a joke that was very insensitive. You asked me to stop, saying that I know you don't mean any harm to me, but I'd prefer if you don't do it. In the world where I kept making that joke again and again, I think
but it depends on what it is.
Reasonable for you?
It depends on what it is. If you're making
so
fun
I'll
of
give
me,
you an example. Let's say that your wife left you, and I kept making jokes about how you couldn't satisfy her or whatever. And I'd say that in a very joking way, haha, but you were very hurt by it. You told me multiple times not to make that joke because you didn't feel great, and I kept doing it. Is it fair on your part to assume that it's not just me being like headstrong, like keeping my head in the sand? Could it be plausible for you to assume that I have some sort of malice?
Yes, but I don't think those because I don't think those are analogous situations. First, we're not employer-employee, we're friends. And that is a talking about my wife and that's not something that you should have a reasonable expectation of having that opinion.
So the only
what would be
difference
hold on, what would be more a better analogy would be if I was if you were expressing your religious beliefs, and I took that as you saying that atheists are bad because your religious beliefs are so great. And you're like, that's not what I'm saying. And I'm like, well, that's how it makes me feel. So you have to stop talking about religion. You're dog whistling. I think that is a much more common occurrence than what you're saying.
So let's say I'm religious, and then I'm saying that only religious people have morals and ethics, and you're not religious. You take offense to that. Would you take offense to that statement?
Do I know? But I can't
Really?
for the no.
Let's assume that you do for this sake. You tell me not to make that statement because it hurts your feelings. You take offense to that. You don't think it's a good thing to say, and I keep doing it. Is it not reasonable for you to feel insulted?
Yes, but that's
and is it not reasonable for you to think that you have some level of malice towards?
So wait, let me. I want to back up again. What you said? Would it be reasonable for me
to feel that I have some sort of malice towards you or people like you?
I suppose.
In that case, when Gina Carano makes a statement that's dog whistling, that can be interpreted in such a way, and when she's warned multiple times by Disney, she's not canceled immediately. She's asked multiple times not to do that. She doubles down. This is your boss, by the way. Like, going against your boss, that must mean you like really believe what you believe.
Right.
It's very plausible for Disney to be like, all right, we think you're an anti-Semite. And if you're like a regular person viewing this, like, you keep making these jokes, you're saying your jokes, they're just innocuous tweets, but you've literally lost millions of dollars of it. Do you care about some sort of ideology that might be anti-Semitic way more than money itself? The appearance of that is pretty bad. And I think
I just don't. I don't think that. I don't think you can. As two acquaintances, friends, family members, whatever. That's one thing. But because if we are engaged in a friendship, then you being sensitive to my feelings or whatever is part of that. As my employer, you don't have the right to tell me how to feel about things. Like if you hire me to do a job,
and that job is to be to help do promotions. Like, as part of your job as an actor, you have to do interviews.
Was she not doing those promotions?
Yeah. So in the process of her doing her job, she did stuff that would essentially go against the interests of the company, the job that she was supposed to do.
And so
If I'm a
here's
brand
the
representative,
right. Okay. And so here's the crux of the issue is that it's not that Disney is like, hey, this is too anti-Semitic. It's that other people are making the decision of Gina Carano's intent and then demanding what they want from Disney. And so if it was Disney internally who was having trouble with Gina specifically because of these things, and there was somebody in the company who was taking offense to what she was saying, and it was something blatant, then yes. But at the
my
end of the
understanding
day,
is that it was both cases. There were both people upset with it, and there were people
okay, but
internally
at
to
the
Disney who were upset with it. Wouldn't that just make it more
right,
egregious?
but no, but what I'm saying is the so there's two. If there is somebody that she has a personal conflict with, that can be handled internally. Aside from that, like again, I don't think there is anything that should stop you from being able to work just because you are an anti-Semite. I think you're a piece of shit, but that you're allowed to believe whatever you want.
Do you believe
And
that a company is allowed to refuse to
yes,
hire you because you have a history of saying questionable things? Like if your job is
are
to
they
promote,
allowed to? Yeah, of course they're allowed to.
so in a world where Disney had a rule that you shouldn't be saying these kinds of things, and they were initially
Where did the
understanding, but
rule
then
come from, though? This is what I'm getting at. It's the layer beneath. The rule isn't there because Disney is some great company. Disney himself was a huge anti-Semite. He's a huge, a lot of their
oh,
early
terribly,
stuff is
terribly.
very racist. So it's not like this is the case. It's the woke mob. It's the people that are giving Disney flack, and that's why they care. So that's
The irony is that the woke mob was strong enough to turn Disney, an anti-Semitic company, into something that's very sensitive to anti-Semitic issues. Win one for the woke people.
uh, among many. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but then again, this goes to the broader aspect of if a person is told as part of their job that they are doing something that makes them uncomfortable, that makes them uncomfortable, the employer uncomfortable, creates a negative interaction with fans, which you're supposed to be working with, engaging with as promotion. It seems that this is not necessarily a cancellation. This is her being held accountable for her refusing to do her job and upset people.
No, because if again, if it's not your right to not be offended, and so if I'm not saying anything blatantly offensive in the sense that it is a bigoted statement, and you take offense to it, I'm under no obligation to have my political beliefs align with anybody else's. That's not part of the job.
So I have a question.
Chris Pratt is
Do you think it's unreasonable
a
for a person
conservative
who's
Christian.
do you think it's unreasonable for a person who would have lived through the Holocaust and would have grown up seeing similar imagery, then views violently against them, for them to take issue and them to feel attacked?
They can feel however the fuck they want.
So now my question is, if your job is to make sure that you don't inculcate those feelings among your fans, do you not believe
I
that
don't think
her not that's her?
that's not what her job is. Her job is
Is
to
wait,
play a character.
I think you stated this before. The job of PR and advertising is to change how people feel about culture.
Right, but she's not
Right?
a PR. She's not a PR firm. She's an actress.
And one of her jobs is PR. The job of an actress is to do PR. It's a
Okay,
big
and
job, part of their
so
job.
but again, so where do you draw that line then? What what if because that's really I don't think that we are in disagreement that there is a line somewhere that you can't just do whatever you want as long as the actual job is getting done. That's not
I
the
think
argument I'm making.
I
But
think look, not everything is quantifiable in numbers. I'll take your quote for that. Social cues are one of them because what would be acceptable in one cultural context is not acceptable in another. So, for example, right?
so speaking the truth in a normal cultural context would be no problem, but speaking the truth in the woke culture is a
For
problem.
the longest time, it was believed that that I can't say anything. What can I say that used to be crazy? That all right, something simple as it was a cancelable offense uh, among physicians in the medieval era if you believed that the human body had a cell structure, or if you believed in disinfecting and washing your hands, it was viewed as like a punishable offense because that was considered blasphemy against the teachings of court physicians and church physicians. You speaking the truth would not be culturally acceptable there, but in today's time, it's acceptable. That's just, I think, a change in culture. But onto a broader note, if once again, it's like cancellation is just you trying to find your like acceptance within the cultural space, and the cultural space changes. I think conservatives are very upset that they've lost control over the cultural space, which I view as a good thing. I want conservatives to have next to no cultural power. I'm very transparent about that. But it seems as though the being upset over the possibility of being cancellation, a possible cancellation, it just seems like you being held accountable to the unwritten social standards that exist in your society. Just like how Colin Kaepernick got a lot of flack for kneeling in front of the flag. I think it's no different than Gina Carano getting flack for stating something that is can be construed and is dogwoodsly in an anti-Semitic
Well,
way.
I think the Kaepernick situation was should have been far more acceptable, and because there's no way that you can in good faith act as kneeling for the flag is a sign of disrespect. That I mean, it just
Look,
no.
cancel
I mean,
culture is
that's
not a
not
new phenomenon. It's always existed. It's just now it's more
not
pervasive because more people can
yeah.
engage in it. But
Okay,
it's never
but
gone
at
away.
that,
Now, I
but
think
if we
conservatives
didn't
are
have
just upset.
we didn't have cancel culture like we do now in the MySpace days, where we still had the internet, we still had social media and all that stuff.
So, are you familiar
Even
with a lot of? Are you familiar with Black Sabbath?
yeah,
Yeah, they were canceled multiple times when they're playing gigs because they were viewed as demonic music. Christian moms were the ones who were canceling them. There are lists of banned book series, books like
okay,
Huckleberry Finn.
oh, but
That's an example of cancellation.
well, but with Black Sabbath, they are like having an event canceled is not the same thing as being canceled.
No, their music was their records were banned in certain towns.
Yeah.
Their media was banned. There was like a lot of there was like huge scale protests every time they were trying to play in a town, very similar to those woke college kids who protest speakers. It seems that the people who are doing cancellation has changed, and
So I think the difference though is that there was the media was never taking such a strong side, and maybe people would be upset about this thing, that thing. Definitely the Christian right had their heyday in the 90s and before Trump. Really, that was the biggest issue in my life. And the difference is though that there was a cultural respect for where the Christian right was coming from, even if there was a disagreement. The cancellation, so to speak, wasn't egged on by the establishment. I think there
really,
was
so
aspects
Reagan
of the right.
never
There was
had like negative statements on rap and hip hop. There have been no conservative people of
no, that's
power,
not what I
people in the
said though.
establishment.
But I'm saying as a monolith, the establishment as a monolith. When somebody's canceled, that like there might be a few people that stand up for them, or a core audience that sticks with them. But again, in my view, when somebody is canceled, there is a unilateral decision that this person is done, except for
Where does that happen, though? Where does it happen that a person is canceled by
Louis
both the left
C.K.
and the right?
Louis C.K., Chris D'Elia, Brian Callen, Dave Portnoy.
Wait,
They were
Dave
trying.
Portnoy is not
No,
canceled.
they were trying. They were trying.
Wait. So an attempt to cancel, I think, is a little different because I feel like any public figure is going to have some people trying to cancel him.
Right. So I think
Vindictive exes.
okay,
Old
and so
friends.
again, that's why I think that is too broad a use of the word cancel, and that's why I think it needs to be pinned down more to this version of what I'm talking about. Because again, we shouldn't have a problem with just basic accountability, but when we see that that's not going on, and sometimes it is accountability, and sometimes it's this other thing, but we call it all cancel culture, then we don't have a way to differentiate. And
I think
so,
what cancel, I think you would agree with this, that cancel culture is just you being held accountable to the
no.
social rules of your time.
Mm,
So, for example, it's not like
I
Dave
guess, but
Chappelle's anti-trans jokes. They're not socially acceptable, hence why they tried to cancel him.
right. But I think it's deeper than just going against the social cues. I think I do think that's what it is, but I think the how it plays out practically is very different than just how people being held accountable in general plays out and has played out throughout humanity. I think being canceled is something specifically different than just pure accountability.
I feel like we're much kinder in our cancellation than in the past. Like back in Athens, they used to have something called an
Well,
ostraka, where if you didn't, you just like vote on one person to banish anyone who was like
okay,
too
but I
famous,
mean,
people
like,
that they were
yeah, they
jealous
do
of.
that in
They just write it
Siberia,
out,
and
gone for 10 years.
yeah, but
I feel like
I'm talking about modern U.S. culture, like since the 70s,
I
since the
mean,
60s.
I don't know. There's like a history, like for example,
There definitely is.
LGBTQ activists were canceled at Rockwall. A lot of them were violently beaten. Martin Luther King was disinvited from many places that he tried to speak at. He was cut off from the airways multiple times in interviews. It seems as though we are living in a more democratic time because of the existence of social media. So that while it's easy for anyone to cancel, it's much harder for the establishment to cancel you altogether. Like, I think like the worst example of cancellation was probably Parler, just because not only did the media come after them, but also tech companies like Amazon came after them too and canceled them.
Well, you say that it's easier, or the cancellations are softer now, but I would disagree because we
They're
are.
more, but they're softer.
Well, I would disagree because now we're talking about, especially if we're talking about the mandates without using, without triggering the algorithms.
Mhm.
The idea of, a two-tiered two class system is something that is going into play unilaterally, regardless of anything else. You are either in the accepted class or you are not in the accepted class. We are not giving medical or religious exemptions, and
Based.
it is a socially or culturally upheld value that you need to follow. You need to comply.
Yep.
And
Either you're
that
a true American or you're a bioterrorist.
exactly. And that's not how it's always been. That's not how it's always been. There has always been a healthy respect among most people for the for civil discussion, and specifically with freedom of speech and the concept of the town square, that Twitter and Facebook would be regulated as platforms, not publishers, yet have the rights of publishers. And when Twitter becomes, when the president of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, is on a platform, then whether it's a private company or not, that becomes a utility. And just like you can't get your it doesn't matter what you say to anybody on the phone. They're not allowed to just cancel your service because they didn't like what you were saying. And because Twitter is where a lot of this important political discourse is happening, then access to the public square should be regulated the same way it is with other utilities. And so
I mean, if you want to nationalize or regulate social media companies,
I don't
might
want to
agree with you.
nationalize or regulate them. I just want them to
Well,
be
if
treated as,
turning them into
they
utilities is a regulation. That is a massive change in regulation. That is like a historic change in tech regulation that has been unprecedented in antitrust law, especially for the tech space. That is an insane amount of regulation that you're asking, and I agree with you. I think that would probably be best.
I think I don't
Because now you
I'm
need to
not
have
sure what you
legal
mean.
teams. Because now you need to have legal teams that vet TOS, that they have TOS compliance. It's like the number of
No, you don't, because no,
bureaucrats
you
you need
don't,
just to
because
regulate that would be much higher.
no, you don't, because the terms of service could be much looser, because because Facebook isn't going to be held responsible for anything that any misconduct. The person is, and so
Facebook is a multinational company. They're dealing with tweets from across the world. The Taliban, or on Twitter, the Taliban has an account.
right.
So if they're treated as public utilities, they're going to be regulated by the government, and there's a lot of issues that they will have to deal with with international laws regarding the speech of certain enemies and enemies of state. So the amount of regulation that Twitter will go through if they become a public utility would be an order of magnitude greater. You would need an entire you need an entire new department of the federal government in order to regulate social media. Yeah, that ends up being the case.
I don't know. I don't know that that's the case. Where's that department for phone calls? Who's
Those
monitoring
are
all the phone
usually,
calls?
well, we call it the NSA, but those are usually regulated on
But
the state.
who do you know that has been
The
flagged?
FCC is responsible for regulating airways and communication. You'll need to add an entire branch of the FCC
So
to have it
who
regulate
from the
social media.
FCC or the NSA has ever contacted anybody that you know about something they said over the phone?
Something that they said over the phone, or something that they've done over the internet.
No, something they said over the phone.
Not that I know of. No.
So where is it? So why is there no regulation there? But doing the same thing with the social media companies would require regulation.
So a great example would be dealing with the transparency of algorithms, because if they are regulated as utilities, a lot of the inner workings of the algorithm has to be made public. And one of the issues with a lot of ML algorithms is that they're black boxes. So there literally will have to be teams at the FCC creating their own division just to monitor any biases that are there within algorithms, how we deal with foreign nationals. So, for example, if it's a public utility, then it would be for individuals that we have sanctions with, whether it's like Kim Jong Un or Qasem Soleimani's children, they would also have to be like stringent to make sure that they are monitored. The level of bureaucracy that goes to making something a public utility, especially something as large as social media, is absolutely insane. One of the reasons why we keep them as platforms instead of publishers is that the moment they do, the amount of regulation and oversight that they will have to go through, not only within the company itself, the internal review boards they'll need, but also for the federal government in order to regulate to make sure that they are treating utility standards. I just cannot conceive of a way, because I've worked in the tech sphere, so a little bit of my personal information. I just can't see a way for how compliance will work without a massive bureaucracy.
Well,
Legal teams upon legal teams.
I guess I'm not connecting the dots, because I don't see how I don't see where if you you have your internal board, and something, if something is, the way it works in the real world is that you don't just get in trouble for breaking the law, you have to get caught. And
And everyone is going to get caught, because there are literally exabytes of information on you.
Well, but here's the thing, though, is that if we are, in terms of, offensive speech, if it's something that has to be reported before it's actionable, then there's far less that you don't need to go through everything and pre-check everything. You can just deal with that which has been flagged.
Have you ever received a death threat in social media?
Yeah.
How many have you received?
2 or 3.
All right. If you're a much larger celebrity, you'd be dealing with many of them. Every single one of those death threats would be treated as an actual investigation, no different than if a person was harassing you in the real world.
So
like, just the legal bureaucracy for that system is insane.
And so you're saying that they do that with every text message and phone call as of now? If you're a celebrity, every time somebody gets a
legally
threatening
they can't,
phone call,
because you need a warrant in order to prosecute that information.
Okay.
But because it is public, those warrants are no longer necessary. Like the fact that a lot of
So you just said that if somebody was or if hundreds of thousands of people were sending you death threats, then
If it's a
how
text, then the government, in order to prosecute and investigate, will need a court order or a subpoena or a warrant from a judge. If it's in the public eye, those warrants are no longer necessary because there's no violation of privacy in order to get that information. So you would need entire systems of government to
okay, I don't
monitor
know.
those types of
Maybe
situations.
I'm just stupid. So let me back up. I think that if you're a celebrity or you're, if you're a celebrity, you're probably getting a constant stream of death threats.
Mm-hmm.
Authorities are not looking into those death threats unless you, as the recipient, report it. Otherwise, it's just a text that you get on your phone and you ignore it, right?
No, because authorities don't look into it because the companies do. If spam or harassment or any of those things are flagged, it's Twitter or Facebook.
If
They're the
they're
ones who are
flagged.
looking into it.
If they're flagged.
I know. So
this is what I'm saying.
So now, anytime that it's flagged, it's going to be a legal investigation. The size of government at that point is going to expand by an order of magnitude.
Okay, but then we already have the legal framework for every the same way that somebody would be investigated if you're stalking them over the phone and calling them over and over again. Then the same legal pathways that we use to deal with that. Why wouldn't we be able to do that?
Usually, when someone calls you over the phone, that's handled in local courts. Here, you'll see a massive increase of the federal government because oftentimes social media platforms are across state lines. Their servers are all across state lines.
So say somebody from Canada texts me that they're going to kill me. Say somebody from Canada texts me that they're going to kill me.
Yeah. So then now the U.S. government has to start regulating with what Canadian nationals can do. And then if that happens...
But we're just talking about text messages. As of right now, a Canadian can text me a death threat and nothing will happen if I don't report it.
So I think there's a difference.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, if you don't report it, it's unlikely.
Right.
Because there's
so playing that out, we would have social media be the same way. And the way that you could build I forget what they call it, but just like a jury system on Minds. What they do is if a post is flagged, it gets sent out to however many I don't know how many, but a bunch of different people who just random people on the platform who then make a decision one way or the other, and then the jury within
it does not get sent to people. It gets sent to bots. There's no way that it can be sent to people because of how many are flagged. But here's the issue.
No, wait. No, I'm talking about on Minds.com. Yeah, they have a jury system. So if something is flagged, then it goes and it goes to a jury system where each post goes out to somebody who is a user of the site, and they give their input. And I don't know how many people it is or what the exact process is, but
maybe that's possible. But if that were to happen to like Twitter, right? Bots would not be able to look at that. That would have to be investigated by the authorities. I think that's a big difference.
Well, no. But what I'm saying is to bring in the authorities is the jury would be an intermediary. And so if a jury decides that you are you broke terms of service or something, then you're you can be punished based on that. And
who?
By the
government?
The company, as they do now, as they just choose to ban you or this or that. It would be a jury process first, and then the jury process could be this is fine, ignore this. This should be flagged for a ban or whatever, or this is a legal matter that needs to go to authorities.
I think that would not be very cost effective. I don't see any way that would happen without a federal government step in or the company just falling apart, because that seems like a very cost intensive method.
How?
To have user input for all flagged data, multiple user input, the labor hours that go into that are absolutely
insane. It's algorithmic, though. It's it's not somebody taking in a ballot. It's by the algorithm. So
is it a human that flags it, or is it a machine that flags it? Because
it's a human it would be a human that flags it, and then
it's not algorithmic.
No, but I'm saying at that point, once something is flagged, it gets sent out to the jury, and then the jury makes their pick, and then that is based on an algorithm. You don't need a person there to be clicking a button if there's only 3 options.
I'm all right. So
Let's see if I can find this.
all right. I am like, wait, you said Minds does this, right?
Yeah, I'm looking for the.
If this was a viable strategy, my mind would be blown. Because this seems like an incredibly labor-intensive method to handle TOS.
I mean, I don't know that it is or that it isn't, but I know that this is it's something they do. And then, okay, here we go. So let's see what this says. Where the fuck are you? Share. Okay. So the Minds jury system. Almost every app in the world is failing at moderation. Moderation, some over moderate, and others don't provide enough. So this is a one aspect of you instead of people being flagged for this or that. It's just you as a person deciding I don't want to see this, and so you can just unsubscribe from this, that, or the other. What is the Minds jury? Hold on. So, what is the Minds jury system? Moderation should be based on a fair process and not the subjectivity of our staff. It is essential that the community has a voice in this process over what content gets moderated and what does not. The Minds jury system, our goal is digital democracy and initially, the jury system was used for appeals. Every time a post is moderated, so the post is marked, the user will be notified of specific action, provided with the ability to appeal, given the context why. The appeal will then be randomly sent to 12 unique active users on the site who are not subscribed to the reported channel. These users will be given a choice to participate, pass, or opt out of all future jury events. If a user passes or opts out, another random user will be informed until 12 unique channels have joined, blah, 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 blah. If 75% or more of the jury votes in favor of the appeal, the initial decision will be overturned.
Wait, who are these jurors? Are they just individual users?
Yeah, just 12 unique active users on the site.
So, assuming that such a platform was nationalized as a utility or was made a national utility, those jurors would have to follow legal compliance, right? I presume?
Yeah.
In which case, just like the bureaucracy of the legal system, it seems as though this would be incredibly labor intensive. Is Minds even profitable?
I don't think so, but
yeah, so I would have to imagine that those costs would probably be shouldered by the government in the form of a new bureaucracy.
Which cost though? Because the
cost of running the juries for managing TOS.
But that would just be that's kind of like how Wikipedia is. It's just user based. The whole that's a big philosophical thing with Minds.com is the Fediverse and free the code and all that stuff. So that's kind of baked into the the fabric of the company. But you would definitely have people who would, I'm sure there would be people who would pass or opt out, but there would definitely be people who would want that kind of power to be able to judge these things. I'm sure there's people who would sit home all day and love.
That's a depressing thought. I don't know.
So what I don't understand is with a much bigger user base, you would have a much easier time finding 12 people for any given post.
Let's say that they lose 6 cents per user. The user base increasing just makes the company less profitable.
If they what?
Let's say that hypothetically they had a loss because a lot of tech companies run at losses. Let's say they had like a 6 cent loss per person or per user. Those would just grow, I presume, right? And I think
I don't even know. Why would you have a loss per user?
I'm just like indexing with Amazon Prime. For example, every time you buy Amazon product from Amazon Prime, it's like Amazon loses like $1.60 or something. I believe. I think the numbers have changed recently. But that's generally a trend for a lot of tech companies for user interactions. They have a loss per user. They use this as a method to grow market share.
I don't understand how that's connected though.
So no, my only question is that if such a system were to be extrapolated, the cost, if it was a public platform, would undoubtedly increase just because they have stricter TOS or like stricter guidelines for TOS that are legally
I don't,
mandated.
but I fail to understand why you think it's stricter. Why would it be stricter?
Because
Because
if
of the
let's say if Twitter fucks up on their TOS, is Twitter held legally liable?
no,
If Twitter violates their own TOS, are they legally held liable?
no.
If Twitter violates a law of the federal government, are they held legally liable? They can be, right?
I guess
So
so. Yeah.
the stress on making sure that TOS is followed increases. So the cost of administering, monitoring TOS drastically will increase. I think you would understand that intuitively, right?
I don't know that I mean, following your logic, yes, but I'm just trying to
So I
understand
just don't know if such
where.
a because at least from what I have
So
heard,
I still don't understand how the loss in user or the loss in cost per user has anything to do with what we're talking about.
so if moderation is already a component of cost that's going right now, if moderation becomes expensive, the loss per user is probably
But
going to
that's
be
the
greater.
question. That's the question. Is it that's why would it become more expensive? You're saying if it does become more expensive. I'm questioning whether it would become more expensive.
Sure,
I think it would become cheaper because you would be allowed to have much looser terms of service because it's
terms of
just
service are allowed to be as loose as possible right now. The reason why
no, they're
terms
not.
of service are the way that they are and the way that they're implemented right now is that they're the most cost-effective way
So
of running social media.
why wouldn't it just be why wouldn't it just be we already have free speech laws. Why would it not just be if it's legal, it's legal. If it's legal, it's good. If it's
Yeah,
illegal,
but then
it's
now
not.
you have to scour through tweets to make sure that illegal
No,
activity
you
doesn't
don't,
happen.
because you only that which is reported
Yeah, so
is looked
let's
upon,
say now
just
you
like
have
the
to
phone
scour
calls.
through all that's reported.
Monitor every single phone call, which I mean they do, but not in the same way they monitor
Okay,
the posts.
I found the perfect way to explain this. So let's say that you've stayed something like remember I made like a TikTok making fun of conservatives,
Yeah.
saying conservatives hate dads. Remember that? Yeah, that got me temporarily banned from TikTok because they viewed
Okay.
it as hate speech.
Okay.
Whatever, that's their platform. If they would have banned me, that is a civil rights violation if TikTok were a public platform. So if the
I
algorithm
never.
misses the
So
flag,
hold on. I never said. So this is, I think, maybe is where the confusion is. I didn't say they should become public utilities. I said they should be regulated in terms of their the what's the word, like not dichotomy, but
the
the
TOS.
no, the way that they are playing, like when you post something on Twitter, it doesn't say by Twitter, it says by you. So that makes them a platform, and
Mhm.
so that should give them the protection that if you say something on their platform, that you get in trouble. And so if they can loosen those terms, where dude, I got banned on Facebook for 30 days for sarcastically saying women are so yucky.
Mhm.
So don't
Yeah.
tell me they're as loose as they can be, because
No. The issue
that
is, so I'm not talking about loose as in terms of enforcement. I'm talking about loose in terms of them fucking up because Facebook in the current TOS is allowed to fuck up in whether they flag something as against their TOS or not. Now, if they censor someone who had legally protected speech, that is a civil rights case. So Facebook has to spend so much more resources in monitoring and making sure that the violations and claims that they get of harassment are actually valid
so why would Facebook have that responsibility
because they're the
instead of?
public platform.
But so is AT&T and Verizon, and but they don't have these same. We don't need an entire government force to monitor our phone calls. I mean, we have one, but they don't
Yeah.
use it.
Do you believe that Verizon currently doesn't have the capability, therefore doesn't have the requirement to, to stop like illegal phone calls? they have the capability and they have the obligation to prevent like the distribution of CP, illegal material, copyrighted material. That they do. They have the capability, so they have a legal obligation to enforce that. You're creating a secondary legal obligation onto Facebook.
Okay. I just
Like,
I don't
actually,
I mean
I
in
even forgot to mention this. IP is going to be a huge issue because Verizon doesn't allow you to is not legally allowed you to distribute copyrighted information. But in Facebook or Twitter, you can share copyrighted information all the time. It's just that those things would not be monetized towards you. Like I can like clip something from like a musician and post it. I'm just not going to get any revenue from it, but I
no,
can
you
do
can't.
that
Not
right now.
anymore.
Yeah,
Not on
I mean,
Facebook.
I got away with certain parts of it sometimes. Uh, if
Well,
this
that's
were
because you're
like
on the right side.
Oh, I mean, pays to be on the right side or the left side in the States. You should join. It's great here.
I'd
But then that
rather
ends up
I'd
becoming
rather have my morals.
I have great morals. So then that becomes the other issue, is just like making sure that copyright information is protected, because if it's a public square, any and all copyright information has to be. So before even like talking like abuse and threats of violence and civil rights lawsuits, you're gonna have to create an entire apparatus to deal with copyright information.
So again,
I
I
don't
don't
see how there's any
understand.
way the government doesn't expand if social media becomes a public square and it's treated as such. Like the reason why Section 230 exists is because we don't want to because we want platforms the ability to moderate themselves. And the
I
moment
don't.
we state that these platforms are also publishers, then that opens up a can of worms for a lot of regulatory and legal
Well, right.
obligations that would destroy them.
But that's exactly. So that's why I want to go in the other way and have them be just the platform, and so they don't have any liability. And so if some just like if
But they
somebody
are a
called,
platform.
but they're not, they have the powers of a publisher.
They have TOS. Is TOS the power of a publisher?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that the same way that I can't just I can't write into the New York Times and have it on the front page. They
Yes, you can. If you write an op-ed to the New York Times and
Okay,
they
but I
like
mean,
it, yeah, they'll put you on the front page.
I can't just be like, hey, let me do this, and in the same way I can send out a tweet. And it's not, even though it's under, it would have my name and it would be on the New York Times. It would, if I were to publish something false or whatever, New York Times could be held liable because they are a publisher. But because Facebook isn't beholden to
Wait,
that.
but the New York Times either compensates or seeks out people to write for them. That's why they're a publisher. If I'm in Facebook, I'm not asking people to come and post on
Of course you
Instagram.
are. Of
No, I'm
course you
not.
are.
I've created a service, and I'm not paying people or compensating or asking them to make a post. They're doing that of their own free volition. That is why
Okay.
I'm a publisher. Sorry, that's why I'm a platform. The moment you
So
start
that's,
saying,
but right, I agree. But that's also why you shouldn't have the power of a publisher, because you are not the publisher. And so all of these disputes should be just handled through the same legal channels that we already have for harassment and otherwise.
but this is very strange, because I believe that you view one of the reasons why you think that Facebook acts like a publisher is because they have an algorithm that starts sorting data and starts sorting posts based on what they want to see more of and what they want to see less of, right? I
Yeah.
think, is that fair to say why you think that there's a publisher? So I think,
I
does that mean that you're against the hierarchy of any type of posting? Whether to say these are good posts that we want to see more of for user engagement and these are posts that we want to see less of?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I think it should be minimal, but why? I don't understand the point of the question.
Because it seems as though like the what you want to do to social media companies ceases making them to be social media companies and just makes them blog posts. With the inability to make hierarchy for information, without the ability people get trending, without the ability to generate traction, it seems that what you
Why
really
are
just
why are they mutually exclusive?
because you're stating that the reason why you consider them a publisher is because they have some sort of ability to affect the reach of their content
Okay.
and the distribution of their content. where I would say that that's not sufficient burden to consider someone a publisher. What you would need for a publisher is the ability to
I didn't say that
curate.
they were publishers. I said that they have the power of a publisher while the responsibility of a platform. They are a platform. And so the responsibility of being a platform is justly applied, where but the power that they have is you know, it's not balanced with the level of responsibility they have. For you know, if I'm going to get banned for saying women are so yucky, then it should be because Facebook is potentially on the hook for something, not just because they don't like it. If somebody wants to flag my post, that's a different thing, because now now there is somebody who is offended, and then there can be a process there, and that's where the minds things comes in. But I don't see why everything needs to be monitored.
I think that, well, I mean, one of
And
the
I don't
reasons why
see
it's
how that
monitored,
what that has to do with trending topics and all that.
because generally speaking, at least this is the reason why a lot of these algorithms exist, is because you want to prioritize some sort of information and deprioritize others. You want like the cute cat video to be there, not the politically charged statement about abortion. They're making the statement, they're acting as publishers only insofar as they get engagement on their platform. And that is insufficient a burden to actually be considered a publisher at large,
Right.
because
So they
all they're
should be
trying to do
treated
is
as a
increase engagement on
platform
their
through and
platform.
through.
So then that effectively means that they are not allowed to promote or disincentivize any type of information.
I don't.
That means a post
That
made by
seems like a
like
leap to me. I
no,
don't.
because you're saying that Facebook curates its information, right? They
Yeah.
prioritize some sort of information, some posts over other posts, right?
I don't think that's necessarily the core of the problem. I think it's the banning and the censorship. I don't think it's the throttling as much, although that is absolutely an issue. I
Do you think
don't
that Facebook has the right?
because I think it's an issue because it's not a genuine playing out of what people actually do or don't want to see. It's what Facebook wants you to see. It's what their decision on what is good and what is going to get you to engage more. So it's not about what not necessarily what you want to see, but slightly differently, as we've seen from the social dilemma. There is an unconscious programming that is happening on the part of the app, and so you can make the argument that if you're getting throttled, that people don't want to see your stuff, but this all falls under the same category of just stuff that Facebook is doing that they should just not, and whatever platform. If there is just like in the real world, if I get a phone call that is harassment, then I can call the authorities and go through the proper channels and have that investigated. Or I cannot. I can just decide, that didn't really seem like a big deal, and I'm going to let it go. I should be able to do the same thing on Facebook. I don't see how I don't see how treating them the same in that respect. Not, I don't know every aspect of what comes in with treating, calling something a public utility or not being. I'm just saying it should operate as it does right now. But instead of them having the power to block you and flag you for this automatically based on the algorithms, the lines should be based on legality and being reported.
All right, so you think that their TOS should be in line with like civil rights and constitutional rights on speech,
Yeah.
and that you want some sort of democratic method for banning users.
Yeah.
All right, so what effectively you want is some sort of apparatus for Facebook to have less power over its own platform.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that, I mean, aside from legislation, I don't know how that would work. And the enforcement of that would obviously create bureaucracy, right?
I mean, I don't I guess I don't know the ins and outs of how that would all be implemented. But the idea is, I mean, again, the idea is that it doesn't matter if you yeah, I mean that's the perfect example. You can say whatever you want on the phone, and it's up to somebody else to report you. It's not the phone companies listening in on what you're saying. And if you say you say something politically incorrect, or you say something that is not in line with the narrative for how the Rona got started, then they're gonna cut you off, and you don't get to use the phone anymore.
But don't you also concede that the reason why the phone companies don't do that is because they don't have the technological capabilities to do that?
Not
And
necessarily.
in the world where they could do that, they would. Because, for example,
They can do that, and they do. But we like you said, we have the NSA.
Well, yeah, but the NSA is just there for monitoring. The actual ability to take charge that would need like warrant, that would need like
Okay, but
infrastructure in
I'm
place.
not asking for that.
But you just said that you wanted like some method of like no, because the issue is like, for example, Verizon, if you're illegally torrenting something, they will immediately flag that through all your information and contact the authorities or ban you from their platform.
Not with ExpressVPN, bitch.
I mean, yeah, I guess there are ways around it, but the technological capabilities exist for a certain aspect of moderation, even in public utilities. So I don't necessarily see how that would change.
No,
It feels like the
I see
same
your
issue
point.
of moderation
No,
is
I see
going
your
to
point.
exist. Now it just becomes legal. Now it's like legal moderation, which now you have lawyers, you have juries, you have the
Well,
criminal
I
justice
guess
system.
my thinking is that if it doesn't reach a threshold of being a legal issue, then you just block the person from your own feed, or whatever. That's what I'm trying to get to a point where
Okay.
a company isn't controlling the discourse. You as a person can decide, I don't want to see this content anymore, whatever. But for Facebook to unilaterally decide that in an election month, I'm not allowed to post anything. I'm not allowed to engage in anything because I said something that was not blatant and not egregious. I didn't curse. I shared an opinion that was a sarcastic one, and I guarantee you that nobody's getting banned for saying men are so yucky.
All right. If that is like what you would like to see, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think there would be a lot of free market solutions that base off of that. I'm just kind of iffy on.
Like what? I mean, I would
I
be
feel like
all for
Mind
that.
is a good example. I just don't
You
necessarily
just
see
said
how
that
that
wouldn't
would
work.
be scalable.
I feel like as it gets, as you have a larger user base, the jury system can become more and more robust and can fill the place of the where the TOS is now, and people just have to get thicker skins or start blocking people, and the jury system will help filter through things that are just like, oh, if you didn't, oh, you don't like seeing that somebody said women are so yucky, but that just means that you have to block them. We're not going to take them. We're not going to take their ability to engage on the platform away because you don't like what they're saying.
All right. I think that's a fair position. I'm not necessarily sure how it would work out. Like, I don't think there's anything legally wrong with that, ethically wrong with that. I think that's possible. I don't think that that's necessarily viable and as a business strategy. That would be like my only disagreement on that. I don't think
Well,
that's a viable business strategy.
it definitely wouldn't work in favor of the companies. It definitely would be a major hit to the companies because they don't have that kind of control anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And so this goes back to what we were talking about, like with smaller government versus small government. Like I'm for small government, but this is an area where I'm not for no government. I think that this is an area where we need government.
Okay.
And that's just, the fact that, I'm not somebody who, if it means more government, it must be bad. There are plenty of people like that, and I'm not one of them. I think generally that tends to be the case. Generally, the more the government gets involved in anything, the slower it gets, the quality drops generally. But that's not the case.
Except the military.
I mean,
Military is pretty effective.
yes, but compared
24
to 20
hour
years
strike
ago,
capacity.
Right, but in comparison to 20 years ago, they weren't having arguments about Wimixon and the trans bullshit and all the shit they're dealing with.
No,
So
because they
I
just
mean,
weren't allowed in the military.
well, I mean they were allowed, but the government's not going to pay for your whatever medications you're on.
No, there was active transgender individual who disbarred from the military multiple times.
Well, I mean, I don't know the
It
like
was
at
illegal
what
for them
point.
to serve in the
Yeah, I'm sure it
military.
was. I
Don't
don't
ask,
know at
don't
what.
tell.
Yeah, and that ended when?
Sorry.
When did that end?
Ended, I believe, late 2000s.
Yeah. So I mean, and we're now in the 20s. So I mean, like I said, 20 years ago it was a different time. But point being, strength. We're not as
I,
strong as we once were.
I think we're stronger now than ever before. Like, have you seen like some of the crazy new weapons that they've been developing?
How often do they get used?
They don't need to be used.
Why is
We're in an
that?
unprecedented time of peace.
Oh, are we?
Yes.
During
We're in,
and what's
we're in the
this
most peaceful time of human history right now.
the summer of love, right?
Still the most
Peaceful,
peaceful time in human history.
mostly peaceful. No, I
Yeah.
agree, but my point is that the way that we fight is comes back to the whole conversation is that we are beyond kinetic warfare on a global scale. And all of this plays into how the culture war matters is because this is how this stuff is being fought by foreign entities. They're not dropping bombs and doing things like that. They're sowing dissent within the culture itself. Fourth and fifth generational warfare. If you have people who are of a nation that hate each other so much that they're fighting each other, then they are a weaker enemy to you.
Possibly. I don't necessarily know if that's like an issue that we're actually facing or China or Russia are trying to make us hate each other more. I think we're doing a good job all by ourselves.
I mean, it's just not all by ourselves. That's the point. I mean, the whole. I mean, we could get into a whole thing about where that's going, but we've been going for 4.5 hours now.
Oh yeah, we've talked quite a bit all over the place.
So I honestly I didn't expect us to hit the limit on what I have for my free StreamYard thing.
Hey,
So
this is great content for you.
Yeah,
Only
man.
the best.
And yeah, definitely. I mean, hey, download it and post it to your channel. And
Will do.
I think overall, we got really into the weeds with the CRT stuff. And that was I think the heart of the conversation.
Do you
And
feel like your mind has changed a little? You're seeing it from a different angle, maybe?
No, I think that this will be an ongoing conversation because I think it is something that we're talking past each other on so many points, and so as examples play out, then I'll be able to say, look, this is what I'm talking about. This, not that, and using specific examples in real time where we have we can dive into the details of the specific example and parse out what we actually are talking about. And then once we get a better understanding of what each other mean, we say cancel culture and feelings and accountability and all this stuff. A lot of our disagreements, like I said, are semantic. We don't actually disagree with each other's sentiment. We just are using words differently, so we're coming to different conclusions. But hey, I mean, that's how it should be, right?
Hey, I think it's a fun conversation. Everyone I've showed our previous conversation to seemed to like it.
Word
It's a
up.
good thing.
So maybe we can make this a regular thing.
All right, if I can quickly plug myself in.
Yeah,
My name is
absolutely.
Anirudh Garg. I am the host of The Dialectic. Lutch will have a link in the doobly-doo. And, well, I'm a leftist YouTuber. I talk about politics. I talk about culture. I talk about economics. I'm an economist by trade. Do a lot of media critiques. Check me out. I'll be collabing with Lutch probably again in the future.
All right. Yes, thank you again, Anirudh Garg of the Dialectic. If you are still here, that is a gold star for you.
You got balls of steel, my man.
So I mean, we definitely are going to do this again in some respect. And now that I definitely have burned my StreamYard free trial, I will have the pro version, and hopefully we'll be able to bring some of you guys on the panel to discuss this stuff with us. That's really where I want to go with this, is not just one person, but maybe a core conversation, and then we go and bring it to a panel where other people can give their thoughts. And so it's not just the two of us going back and forth about.
Quick question: what was our peak viewership?
1.
Oh,
I don't know. I
hey,
think
we got to start
had
somewhere.
I think we had 3 at one point.
Okay, that's good.
But yeah, people were trickling in and out. I had a friend who said she was gonna watch, but she might have been the one. But we had a couple people.
That's okay.
watching.
I'll show them the VOD later.
Yeah, I think I think most people are who would watch this are not necessarily gonna watch live, and certainly aren't gonna sit here for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, this is if they do, they're strong men or women.
Yeah, and we are definitely going to be building that community. So if you are watching this replay, make sure you catch the next one. Come in, add to the conversation, comment your thoughts in real time, and I would love to be able to bring you up, and especially if you've got a YouTube channel, plug your stuff, all of that kind of stuff. And this has been the very first IDRYB Live. Thank you again, Anirudh, for once again gracing the platform. It's a great conversation. Great conversation. And I really enjoy showing people how to disagree with someone civilly. I think it's unfortunately a lost art. And as passionate as we are these days, we need to be able to, embody that passion in a way that is congruent with living with other people who have other passions that may not see the same things the same ways. So again, thank you. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, ring the bell, follow me on Instagram. IDRYB Lutch. It's on the screen this time, so I don't have to spell it out. And
follow me too.
Follow all of us. And if I don't see you on the next live, I'll see you in the next episode on Wednesday.
All right. See you, man.
Take care.